Check, 1, 2. All right, so bringing it in live here at Winchester Speedpark. Once again, want to wish a happy 4th of July to everyone joining us here for the racing this weekend. Big thanks to Cooper Bouchard for the rendition of our national anthem. We are going to be getting ready to go with racing here. 50cc Open Riders will kick off the race day. So we got the 50cc Open Riders lined up down in the start gate. That is motor number 1 here today. So we hope once again everybody watching here live online and everyone with us here at the park going to have a great time this weekend. We've got a lot of riders here. And we should have some great racing going on here. 50cc Open motor number 1 lined up on the gate. So once again, I want to send a big thanks out to the folks from Fox Racing. The 20% off Fox gift certificates coming through the gate here for everyone coming in. Hopefully everyone able to take advantage of that out at Winchester Motorsports. As always, Winchester Motorsports open on race days out at the front of the property. We've got a full selection of hard parts and accessories as well as brand new KTMs, tires, fuel, you name it. So always open on race days. You can head over there to check out what we have at Winchester Motorsports. As we are winding down the final practice session here, we got the 50cc Open Riders race number 1 lined up on the gate. All right, so the 30 car goes sideways, and here we go. 50cc Open Riders off the start gate. And it is going to be the 24 of Owen Coble grabbing the whole shot, it looks like. So Coble with a great jump off the gate on the 24 Cobra ride. He's going to grab the whole shot, lead him down the right-hand side, it looks like. So leaders in the 50cc Open going to be making their way back up the rough and tumble rhythm section up that center. So Koval maintaining the lead. I believe the 43 of Franklin making a move towards the front of the pack as well. I see the 113 of Spencer Brodeur and Merrill Cox rocking up towards the front of the pack as well. We'll have to get a look at the numbers as they make their way back down towards the left-hand side. Your lead is off heading through that big sweeping right-hander right now as you see Koval across the inside. So there is your leader coming out of the back left corner of the track. So right down the center into the horseshoe turn section, the 24 Koval coming through. And into that triple section right before the finish. So it is the 24 Owen Koval out front, the Shift Racing Cobra rider taking the lead early on. He's trying to stretch out the gap. And it's actually the 928 Mason Nettleton making the move to second. So Nettleton up into the second spot. And there is the number 2 of Gattani up into third. So Gattani, the rider, making the jump up to third early on. And it is Spencer Brodeur running in fourth. Jaden Doyen, the 327, running in fifth. Gavin LaRose, 6th. Eric Franklin in the 7th spot. The 113 of Merrill Cox, 8th. Liam Corman, 9th. And the 121 of Kawan Matiola rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. So 50cc open riders out on the track here. It is Owen Koval, Mason Nettleton, Cody Beckwith. Top 3 riders out on the track right now. And I believe I might have called Beckwith Gattani earlier on. I'm getting the numbers confused there. It's Kendall Gattani in this one running the number 6. So mistake on that one there. It is the item in sale CD Davenport trucking ride of Cody Beckwith, the number 2 running in the 3rd spot. And AC riders up in that inside rhythm section. That is, look like Jaden Doyen, Gavin LaRose, and Spencer Brodeur making their way through there.
John, can you page Melissa Costa?
And need your attention, please. Melissa Costa, please go down to the registration window. Melissa Costa, please go down to the registration window. We are picking up the 24 Koval into the horseshoe turn section once again. And it is going to be one more time around for the rider on the 24 Cobra. So Koval looking to make his way through here, working through the start turn. So it is Owen Koval, Mason Nettleton 1 and 2, Cody Beckwith on the number 2, item in sales, CD Davenport trucking ride coming through, hanging on to 3rd. And looks like the 16, Gavin LaRose, going to make some moves up now as LaRose takes over the 4th place spot. Spencer Brodeur, the 113, now 5th. Eric Franklin on the 43, KTM moves up to the 6th spot. The 113, Merrill Cox now 7th. There's Jaden Doyen 8th, Liam Corman 9th, and rounding out the top 10, still the rider on the 121, Kawan Matiola. So working through the 50cc Open, motor number 1 on the day. Riders in the 250AB will be next off the start gate. 250C riders, you need to be in the staging area. 65 A and B down to pre-staging. So working through the 50cc Open, motor number 1 on the day. Riders in the 250AB will be next off the start gate. 250C riders, you need to be in the staging area. 65. So yellow flags flying out in that center section there as we pick up the racing action, looking for our leaders through the inside. And here comes Koval. He's actually snuck all the way up to the finish, so the checkered flag is going to come out, and that is going to be the race win for the 24 Cobra of Owen Koval. Koval working through that inside section and just hammering down into the finish line turn. So Koval takes the win, looking for the 928. Mason Nettleton coming through the triple section right before the finish. And Nettleton is going to hang on to that second spot. And it looks like it's going to be the Idleman Sales, C Davenport Trucking Ride. Cody Beckwith hanging on to third. Looking to see if LaRose is going to be fourth, with Brodeur rounding out the top 5. We've got 250 A and B riders next off the start gate. Nice stylish whip there by the number 2 of Beckwith. And looks like it's going to be Franklin making around into the 4th spot on the final lap. So Eric Franklin picking up that 4th spot. LaRose will round out the top 5, and we've got riders in 250 A and B next off the gate. So solid run there in the 50cc Open. It looks like it's going to be Spencer Brodeur hanging on to 6th on the 113X. Jaden Doyen 7th, Liam Corman 8th. Lucas Fuller, the 421, makes the pass to 9th, and Merrill Cox on the 113 will round out the top 10 for the 50 Open. Motor number 1 as we get lined up and ready to go here with 250 A and B riders. And looks like we are set to go here. Going to count them down the line. And there we go. Card is sideways, and we're ready to go racing here. .250A, it is going to be the 533. Joe Stewart, the Stu Crew Michelin Renthal Garnet ride with the whole shot. And he's going to have a whole bunch of company coming out of turn 2. And we'll go back to the start turn here for the B gate drop. And that looked like the inside line on the 380. That is the TDL Loud Fuels Cliff Cycles, One Industries OCD Graphics, FMF ride of Brandon Miller grabbing the whole shot. And Miller going to lead him down the right-hand side. And there you see riders in the A gate drop coming back up that center rhythm section on the other side. And it looks like it is Miller maintaining the top spot there in the B gate drop. I believe the 633 Rick Dupre making a move into the second spot for the B class. And picking up our leaders in the A class here, coming down the Riverside Drive, up and over that step down. And solid run out front now for the 61 of Pat DeLowry. So DeLowry out front now, the Bubba's Motorsports KTM rider. 641 of Dylan Malo, the Malo Electric rider, running in the second spot. It's going to be Stewart up into third now. 138, that is Chris Gates, the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki, running in the fourth spot. Going to be the 625 of Pat Carino rounding out the top five for the A class. Out front for the B class, the 380, Brandon Miller. It is indeed the 633 of Rick Dupre in second. 833 of Tim McGraw running in third. In the fourth spot on the 111, that is Cody Bateman, KTM rider, rounding out the top five, the 127 of Will Agnew. Kyle Bilodeau on the 305, running in the sixth spot on the Central Mass Power Sports Showy alias DC3 ride. It is Jeremy Walston, 7th, Chris Lauer, 8th, James Ebert in 9th, and Justin Curtis rounding out the top 10 on the Bell REP Sandbox Kings ride. So 250 A and B riders on the track. 250C next off the gate. Riders in the 65 A and B class, you should be in the staging area. 65C riders down to pre-staging. And again, picking up the 61, DeLowry coming into the finish line section here. So DeLowry's starting to open a little bit of a gap now. Malo in the second spot, but about 8 seconds separating him as you see Malo working his way through the exit of the start turn. Stewart continuing in third, but he's going to start to get a little pressure. Looks like Chris Gates starting to close up the gap on him just a little bit. And it is still Brandon Miller, the 380 TDO Racing rider out front in the B class. Rick Dupre second, Cody Baker moving to third now. So the 111 up into the third spot. And then you saw the 833 Tim McGraw. Looks like he gave up that fourth place spot to Will Agnew on the 127 KTM. So just clicking off the laps here in the 250 A and B class. So you're watching riders launch that big 110-foot option tabletop jump off into the back. Nice turn section down the Riverside Drive turn. And watching a good battle here between the 97 of Hebert and the 223. That is the battle for 9th place. That is Jeremy Wallstrom in the 8th spot, Hebert in 9th. And those guys going at it tooth and nail just inside the top 10. Picking up your leader out the back corner section there. So Pat DeLowry, a little duck there to get out of some of the roost as he comes down to the horseshoe turn section. But working his way through some traffic in the B class here as he continues to run out front with the lead in the 250A. So there is DeLowry coming through the finish line. We are going just about to the halfway point here. DeLowry maintains the lead here and a solid gap. 14 seconds the last time across the stripe, and it looks like it's going to stretch out a little bit as we watch Melo coming through the triple section right before the finish. So there is the One Industries KTM ride of Dylan Melo hanging on a second in the A class, and just about 20 seconds the gap now. Stewart hanging on a third in the A. There is your leader in the B class, the 380. Loud Fuels, TDL Racing, Cliff Cycles, One Industries OCD, FMF ride. Brandon Miller holds the lead in the B. There's Rick Dupre, the 633, running second in the B. And the 111 KTM of Cody Baker closing up on Dupree. There's the 127 of Will Agnew. Pilgrim Power Sports rider continuing in fourth. Tim McGraw on the 833 trying to hang on to fifth, but we're going to pick up that battle as he has now got Justin Stewart on the number 9 Bell Sandbox Kings ride running right there with him. So we'll see if the REP Yamaha can make something happen. And right now that's going to be the battle for fifth, as McGraw's got it right now, and it looks like Curtis trying to take it away from him. All the way along the tree line, you see McGraw hanging on to it. Curtis going up that inside line, trying to take it away. So a great battle going on there for that fifth place spot as the 2-lap board comes out. So 2 to go here, 250 A and B. Again, there is that battle for fifth place. You see Curtis is going to go to the outside, way around in the horseshoe turn section. They got some lapped riders up in the middle of this mix now as well. So 2 to go here, 250 A and B. We are following that battle for fifth place as Tim McGraw, the 833 Honda, trying to hold off the number 9 of Justin Curtis. And they are going to once again head down that right-hand side. And there is the one lap board for DeLowry, your leader in the 250A. So no problem for the Bubba's Motorsports KTM riders. He's been out front and in command for the A class here all moto long. So again, following that battle right there for fifth, we're going to back it off and pick up the riders as they make their way down the Riverside Drive section. Melo coming across the finish line, still hanging on to that second spot there in the 250A. And there is Miller, your leader in the B class. Stewart continuing to run in third for the A class. Oh, and here we go. There is Curtis on the inside, swaps it up, goes back to the outside. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that is not. That is the 223 now working his way through. So that was the 223, my mistake. So Wallstrom getting through the middle of that, and he works around both of those riders. So Jeremy Wallstrom, the 223 Yamaha, the rider on the move in that little battle there. I missed him coming through the pack, so my apologies to Jeremy. There it is, the checkered flag, the race win in the 250A for the Bubba's Motorsports KTM ride of Pat DeLowry. So DeLowry taking the win there, a solid gap on the field. We're looking for the 641 of Dylan Melo to hang on to second on the Melo Electric ride. There is Melo right there. We're going to pick up the action in the 250C as they get ready to leave the gate. And holding that inside line, that's the 334 Honda ride. Brody Odell grabbing the whole shot for 250C. So Odell, solid run up the inside to grab the whole shot. He's going to lead him down the right-hand side. A little bit of company starting to close up on him now. So there is Odell. Looks like he is maintaining the top spot. Looks to be the 63 O'Reilly Maynard coming up into second. And Maynard with a nice run. And no, that is not Maynard up into that second spot. Trying to get a look at what the number is on that bike. So 250A, it was Pat DeLowry, Dylan Melo, and Joe Stewart. Top three in the B class. Brandon Miller, the TDL Racing, Loud Fuels, Cliff Cycles rider with the win. Cody Baker moving up to second. Rick Dupre getting into third. As we said, we've got the 250C riders out on the track here right now. Leaders making their way down the Riverside Drive section. And up the inside, that looks to be the 143 of Donahue making the move into the high line. So it is indeed the 143 TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride. TJ Donahue taking the lead away, 7-17. Cooper Bouchard moves to second. Oh, Ryder tumbling over the finish. And that looks like Gallagher on the 30 going down right after the finish. And bad spot to be in for that rider. So TJ Donahue, Cooper Bouchard, Cole Gallagher, Steve Stefanik, and Angelo Foligno top 5 now. Everybody up and away from that one. And then it looks like it's going to be Aaron Willard into 6th, Jerry Bolduck 7th, Scott Walker 8th, Sam Robinson 9th, and Pizzonia 632 getting away with 10th there. As we said, the 30 of Gallagher having a little trouble right after the finish. He was in the top 5. That's going to drop him way down in the order, it looks like, though. So there's Donahue coming up the center rhythm section. 7-17. Cooper Bouchard trying to hang onto that second spot. So underway here in 250C, 65A and B next off the gate. Riders in the 65C class, you should be in the staging area. And races for the 40 plus A and B down to pre-staging. Leaders coming out of the S-turn section and down Riverside Drive as we see Donahue into view over the top of the tabletop there. So just 2 to go here for the 143 of TJ Donahue as he makes his way through the finish line turn. Oh, a little stumble there after the finish. But Donahue going to keep it up and moving on 2 wheels. So TJ Donahue, the TNT Repairs Factory Connection Yamaha rider, making his way down the right-hand side. Said solid run out front for this young man, a little leg swag there going over the tabletops. And just an absolutely beautiful day here at Winchester Speedpark. Hope everyone's going to be enjoying the 4th of July weekend with us here. And wherever you may be celebrating the 4th of July this weekend, we certainly hope everyone's going to have a safe and happy holiday. All right, so Donahue stretching it out, coming up that center section. Cole Gallagher on the 23, trying to make some moves. And it looks like Stefanik and Bolduck still battling in the top 5 as well. Watching riders make their way into the S-turn section. There's your leader coming into the inside line on that S-turn. So the 143 of Donahue getting down through here. Race number 3 in the order out on the track. And we are down to 1 to go. So Donahue coming through the triple section right before the finish. And the 198, Angelo Foligno charging through the pack on that one. Foligno with the fastest lap on the track that time around at 209.1. He is a full 2 seconds faster than everybody else on the track except for the TJ Donahue, the 143. And he's still got a second on Donahue, so we'll see if Foligno can make something happen here on the final lap. He has closed right up on the leader. So there's Donahue and Foligno down the far right-hand side of the track. So solid run up the inside into that big sweeping right-hander in the center, and TJ Donahue maintains the gap over the 198 of Foligno. But Foligno's going to air out that big option tabletop jump. He's going to be right on the leader now into the S-turn. Donahue goes around the outside. Foligno cuts the inside. He is right alongside the leader. And here we go, down Riverside Drive. The 198 of Foligno going to make the pass on the inside. Can he make it stick? He's got him. Oh, Donahue, a little bump on the back tire, and that might take him out of contention, but making a run at the leader. So the 198 of Angelo Foligno pulls the trigger on the pass with less than a half a lap left to go. And that is going to be the checkered flag race win for the 198 alias KTM. TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride. TJ Donahue leading that one through, but giving it up there with less than a lap to go. On the 114, Stefanik going to hang on to fourth. So Cole Gallagher, the 23, hangs on to third. Stefanik fourth. And it's going to be the 99 and Jerry Bolduc hanging on to round out the top five for the 250C. 65 A and B riders next off the start gate. So we'll have the 65 A and B riders heading off the start gate in just a moment. And here we go, gate is down. And a solid run right up the inside. The 24, Owen Koval going to grab the whole shot. So Koval quick on the 65cc ride as well, as he's going to lead him down the right-hand side. So Koval working his way out in front here. He has already gotten a big gap on the field coming up that center rhythm section. You're going to see him come into view there. And already running away at the front of the pack. So some good sprint speed out front for your leader. So there is Koval, the 24, through the big sweeping right-hand turn on the inside of the track. He's going to head into that big option tabletop. I don't think he's going to clear that all the way down to the extension, but you never know. And there is leader through the S-turn section. We're going to watch him down the Riverside Drive section. So through the triple section finish line turn, the 24 KTM ride of Owen Coble out in front here early on. 7:26, that is Ty Lepasier, the D. Connery Construction Sandbox Kings Cycle Express ride in second. Taylor Beck with the 5:26 MotoFit seated Davenport Trucking rider in third. Colin Pounce on the 800 fourth. Hunter Loomis, the 97, rounding out the top five. And it looks like up into the sixth spot, it's going to be the 9, Logan Tristani. Braden Martin on the 67, Valley Motorsports rider 7, Jack Nerona on the number 8, running in the 8th spot. That's the field here so far in 65 AB. They're in a little trouble after the finish there. There is Coble coming up that inside rhythm section. Solid run out front for the 24. This is race number 4 in the order out on the track. 65A and B. 65C riders will be next off the gate. Riders in the 40-plus AB, you should be in the staging area. Youth C riders down to pre-staging. So Coble coming out of the S-turn section into Riverside Drive. There he is up and over the tabletop. And we have got a good battle going on here for that third place spot. Coble going to come through the finish line turn. He's going to grab the 2-lap board. There's Lepasier, he hangs on a second. Colin Pounce, the 800, charging through to get that third spot. But there is the 526, that is Beckwith, and he is staying right with the 800 of Pounce here so much. See if he can get that spot back. Beckwith had it, and Pounce just took it away from him. The 97 of Loomis continues to round out the top 5. There's the number 9, Tristani, the 100% Dunlop, North Services, Connor Construction, Ozzy's Steak and Eggs ride, making his way through the start turn section. Just outside the top 5 here. We'll see if he can grab that with 2 to go. Watching riders coming up that center rhythm section there. So once again, picking up your leader into the finish line turn. There is 1 to go for the rider on the 24 KTM. That is Owen Coble. Colin Pouch now has caught the back tire of the 726, it looks like, of Lepisier. So down the right-hand side they go, and about a second and a half separating Ty Lepisier and Colin Pouch. And they are going to battle it out here on the final lap. So Koval making his way through the off-camber turn section. Here comes the battle for second place. Ty Lepisier and the 800 of Colin Pouch up the center rhythm section. Oh, and Ryder going down out in the very center. That looks like the 726 might have dropped it. So the 800 of Colin Pouch looks like he is going to grab that second spot away, I believe. And here comes your leader down Riverside Drive into the horseshoe turn section on the final lap. And that is going to be the checkered flag. So the race win for the rider on 24 KTM, Owen Koval, takes the moto win. And solid charge all the way through to get into that second spot. The 800 of Colin Pouch takes the second spot. And it looks like the 526 of Beckwith, the CD Davenport Truck Sales Ride, is going to get into that third spot on the final lap. And we are going to get ready to go here with 65 C riders. So Beckwith gets third, Hunter Loomis the 97 fourth. And it looks like it's going to be Logan Tristani hanging on to the fifth spot here. '65 C Riders, looks like it's going to be the 318 Carter Crosby, the Rowan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus ride, grabbing the whole shot. So leaders making their way through the back corner section there, and we're going to watch our riders come up the center rhythm section. Does look like it is still Crosby hanging on the top spot. Looks to be the 16 of Gavin LaRose moving up into the top 5 as well. All right, so leaders coming out of the S turn section, and it'll be down Riverside Drive. So into the triple section right before the finish here, and it is going to be the rider out front on the 318. So it is indeed still Carter Crosby, the Ryan Crosby construction rider, holding the top spot. The 137 of Cooper Allen makes the move into second. Josh Mazzone Plumbing and Heating, a rider in third. Gavin LaRose on the 16 running fourth. Josh Siegel rounds out the top five on the 21. Ashton Reuter on the 188 in sixth. Connor Blaze seventh. Mason Nettleton, the 928, running in the eighth spot. Cody Beckwith, the number 2 item in sales, C.D. Davenport trucking rider, runs ninth. And it's going to be the 823 of Blake Milton rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. So riders making their way through down the right-hand side. Carter Crosby, Cooper Allen, Josh Mazzone. Top 3 riders coming up that Southern Rhythm section. And things getting rough in that rhythm section already as you see these riders bouncing all over the place coming up there. And it is still very early in the day. Race number 5 out on the track. So this is race 5 in the order. 65C on the track. 40 A and B riders next off the gate. Riders in the Youth C should be in the staging area. Youth A and B riders down to pre-staging. So Crosby maintaining that top spot, but he's got a good battle going on behind him. Josh Mazzone loses the outside line. He's going to try and slingshot around, not able to make the pass there. So it is still going to be the 137 of Cooper Allen hanging on a second. Not a lot of room between those two riders. Mazzone pushing hard. So watching the riders into 65C continuing to click off the laps here. Watching to see if we get that battle for second place coming back up the center rhythm section. And it looks like it's still Crosby, Allen, and Mazzone, the top 3 here with the 1 lap board out. Looks like still Cooper Allen holding that inside line, going out into the back section there as he holds off the 430 of Mazzone. And leaders coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And that will be the checkered flag coming out here, the race win in the 65C. On the 318, Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus Ride. That's Carter Crosby with the win. 137 of Cooper Allen hangs on to second. Josh Mazzone, the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating, strictly Cobra Ride, right there with him. He's going to have to settle for third in that one. LaRose on the 16 across the line, fourth. And it's going to be the 928 Mason Nettleton rounding out the top five. We have got racers in the 40 plus A and B coming off the gate next. Once again, don't forget, folks, we have got a band playing this evening. The Big Random will get started, I believe, right around 6:30. Fishing Derby going on later on today. Don't forget about the Fishing Derby. Make sure you check in down the registration window for any questions you have on that one. But what we do for that is you'll be able to fish this afternoon. You bring your fish down to the pavilion at 6 o'clock. We measure the top three biggest fishes, get the top three prizes. And the band will start probably right around 6:30 or so. We'll have fireworks once it gets dark, but all kinds of fun stuff going on here at Winchester for the July 4th weekend. Hope everyone enjoying the weekend here. It looks like we got a few minutes here before we get back underway. We'll just take a break in the action. Winchester Motorsports is located on Scenic Route 10, just south of Keene, New Hampshire, right on the grounds for Winchester Speedpark. We've got the full line of Fox Racing casual gear, as well as the 2015 Fox Racing collection. Gloves, helmets, goggles, you name it. We have the 6D helmet collection as well. We're also providing sales of brand new KTM motorcycles, of course, service for all major brands. But the best prices you're going to get on those brand new KTM anywhere. And of course, here at Winchester Motorsports, it's always tax-free. So again, just a little break in the action here while we get some things taken care of out on the track. '40 plus A and B riders will be heading out next. And do once again want to remind folks, please make sure you're not using any fireworks out there in the pits. We know there's a wonderful fireworks store just down the road. Tempting as all get out to just grab those things and do them yourself. But we do have a professional fireworks coming in this evening. So for the daytime, please leave the fireworks on the track. And we will take care of the fireworks for you this evening. And looks like we are about set to go racing here. So checking them down the line, 40 plus A and B riders. This will be a double gate drop. Solid run on the 13 Suzuki. That's going to be Rich Frank grabbing the whole shot for the A gate drop. Oh, a couple riders tangling up at the exit of the turn there. And those bikes tangled up there at the exit of the start turn, so we're going to have to hold up that second gate drop. Looks like the number 5 of Camilio tangled up in that mess there. That'll make him happy, I'm sure. And here we go with the B gate drop. And 381, Fran McNamara, nice run up the inside line, but the 455, Walt Miller going to take it away at the turn. So Miller going to grab it and lead him down the right-hand side. So looking to pick up your leaders here in the 40 plus A, coming to the S-turn section out in the back left corner. Looks like the 13 of Rich Frank still trying to hang on to that top spot. He has got some company up there already. Oh, Ryder stalling the bike out, coming out of the high line in that horseshoe turn section. Trying to get a look at who that was, but no doubt about who's got the lead right now. Rich Frank out front, but Nathan Martell on the number 8 right there with him. So Martell not giving an inch. 71, that is Kenny Germain, the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Ride running in third. Joe Celso on the number 8 running in the 4th spot. Heath Frazier, the 365 rounds out the top 5. Gary Barker in 6th, and Scott McPhail in 7th. McPhail looked like he was up towards the front of the pack there, and he was the one who got tangled up at the top of the turn. And there is Walt Miller, the 455, your leader in the B class. So Miller does take that top spot away, the 602. That is Kurt Zarsi, the Factory Connection Top Gear MX ride, running in the 2nd spot for the B class. 381, McNamara hanging on to 3rd. The Yamaha rider still up in the top 5. Arnaldo Lopez, the 991 4th. Glenn Galasher on the 30 rounds out the top 5 for the 40 plus B. Front of the pack here in the A class. Looks like it's still the 13 of Rich Frank coming into the S-turn section out front. Martell in 2nd. Both riders using that inside line coming to the S-turn. And things really starting to tighten up behind him. Looks like the 71 of Jermaine still hanging on to that 3rd place spot, but he's got Joe Celso on the number 8 Yamaha putting the pressure on him. So Rich Frank, Nathan Martell 1 and 2. It is still Jermaine in the 3rd spot, Celso in 4th. And Frazier, the Chapman Motorsports 365 rider, continues to round out the top 5. Gary Barker, the 255, now going to make the move up into 6th. Scott McPhail to 7th. Mike Digitano, the 29, moves up to 8th. It's going to be Jack Camilio, Mr. Nice Guy, running in 9th. And now 97 Heber going to move up to round out the top 10, it looks like. And here is the 455, Walt Miller, your leader in the B class, up and over the finish line jump. So Miller continuing to run out front in the B. So it is still Miller. Zarsi Lopez now makes the move to 3rd. That's going to put McNamara down to 4th. And Gary Wilson, the 87, makes the move up into the top 5. Wilson didn't get a very good start, but he's made some passes here on that last lap. So getting it done, moving towards the front of the pack. And here comes Martel going after the lead as they come to the horseshoe turn section. He's right on the back tire of Rich Frank. Both riders go high to the inside line in the horseshoe turn. Frank a little bit smoother getting out of it. Two to go. So that is the battle for the lead in the 40A. Rich Frank, Nathan Martel, 1 and 2 down the right-hand side. Jermaine still hanging on to third. Celso fourth. Heath Frazier rounding out the top 5. And the problems continue for the number 5 of Camelios. He is down after the finish. So working his way up towards the front of the pack and then giving those spots right back. So Rich Frank out front with 2 to go here. Martel second, Kenny Jermaine still third. B class, it is still Walt Miller with a solid lead over the 602, of Kurt Zarcy. And Gary Wilson on the 87 making the move around Lopez to take that third spot away. So Wilson continues his move towards the front of the pack, but he's got a pretty good gap to get up to Zarcy and only about a lap and a half to do it. So see if he can make something happen here. Once again, we see the 13, Rich Frank, and the number 8, Nathan Martel, coming to the finish line turn. And looks like problems for the 71 of Jermaine, as it looks to be the number 8 of Celso going to come through in third now for the A. And Heath Frazier follows him around to take over the 4th spot. And Frazier is going to get around to take third from Celso right at the finish. And it is going to be the rider on the number 3, Scott McPhail, now moving into the top 5. So not sure what happened with Jermaine, but he is well out of the top 5 now. Coming through here now, like in 7th or 8th, I believe. So it looks like he didn't go down. Looked like the bike might have just stalled. And again, there is the 4.55. Walt Miller, your leader in the B class. And he has got a solid gap running on the field there. So 40 plus A and B final lap here. We've got riders in the Youth C next off the gate. Youth A and B riders need to be in the staging area, and 65 open riders down to pre-staging. And your leader is going to come down the left-hand side. It still looks like the 13 holding on to the top spot into the Riverside Drive tabletop. That is going to be the checkered flag race win in the 40 plus A, the lucky number 13 Fox Racing Suzuki ride. That is the factory connection ride of Rich Frank with the win. Idleman Sales, Martel excavating ride. Nathan Martel hangs on a second. It looks like it's going to be the 365 of Heath Frazier coming across the line to hang on to third on the Chaplin Motorsports ride. 455, Walt Miller with a big gap on the field. Looks like he's going to take the win in the B class. Looking for the Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX rider, Kurt Zarcy, to see if he can hang on to that second spot. And Lopez had gone back around into third, so Wilson giving up some of that ground he made. We'll see if another Lopez can hang on to that third spot. And we got Youth C Riders next off the gate. We have got Youth C Riders getting ready to leave the gate here. Full gate of Youth Novice Riders firing down the start line. And a 717, Cooper Bouchard, quick off the gate. He's going to get to the turn first, but it looks like the 143 of Donahue might have got him going into turn two. And it does look like Donahue making his way out of that far right-hand corner, all the way along the tree line of the back section of the track to take over the top spot. And tough break there at the 377. That looks like Floyd Seville. Seville able to walk off on that one. Always good to see riders able to get up and walk off under their own power. So hopefully Floyd going to be all right. All right, so picking up your leader coming out of the S-turn section and down the left-hand side of the track, and it does look to be the 143 of Donahue, able to clear that pack, get himself out front early on here. And no, that is the 205, my mistake, the alias. Hilson Contractors rider Kevin Hill with the one taking the lead, so I completely missed that one, my mistake. So Hill has the lead, the 118, Nick Edwards into the second spot, Cole Gallagher in third, Vervez on the 110 running in fourth, Antonio Pizzonia, the 632, rounds out the top five, Folino in sixth, Bulldog seven, Jack Zarcy in the eighth spot, Cooper Bouchard the 717 ninth, and Riley Maynard will round out the top 10, Donahue on the 143 coming through in 11th. So I thought I had seen the 143 make the move earlier on, but that was the 205 of Kevin Hill, so it shows me exactly what I know, which is all about nothing. So we have the Youth Novice Riders out on the track right now. Youth C Riders working through their laps. As we watch the 205 of Hill making his way down the left-hand side. And we are down to 2 to go here as we watch the 205 Hilson Contractors alias ride making his way through the finish line section. And down goes the rider on the 118 right after the finish. So tough break for Nick Edwards. He was running in second, trying to get the bike fired over, and he is still not running. And there goes 10th place by him. So tough break for the rider on the 118. Vervez will move to second, Gallagher to third, Foligno fourth, and Pizzonia now will move up to round out the top 5. As the 118 of Edwards still not able to fire that bike over. That is a tough break indeed. All right, so down to 1 to go here as we watch the 205. Kevin Hill coming through the finish line section. Alex Vervez on the 110 Yamaha, the Jimmy Winans training facility rider. It looks like he has got new life charging here on this final lap. And Vervez dropping a 204 on lap 2. He was the fast rider on the track so far in this race. Foligno up to third now. Gallagher moves to fourth, and it's going to be the 718 of Zarcy moving around up the top 5. Pizzonia to 6th, Jared Golduck 7th, TJ Donahue going to recover on the TNT repairs right up to 8th, Riley Maynard 9th, and looks like it's going to be the rider rounding out the top 10 here. The 48 is Scott Walker. And we've got a light rain starting to fall here at Winchester. So working through the laps here, youth novice riders out on the track right now. And we are down to 1 to go, so watching, see if Kevin Hill can hang on and put the seal on the deal. Alex Vervez has closed the gap on him, but still a little over 6 seconds between first and second. So Vervez is really going to have to hope for a problem out of the leader. He's going to track him down. And like I said, light rain falling here, so you never know. Anything can happen. All right, here we go. Checkered flag will come out, and that will be the race win for the 205 alias Hilson Contractors ride of Kevin Hill. The 110 Jimmy Wynant training facility ride of Vervez across the line second. And there's the 198 KTM of Angelo Foligno. He'll finish it up in third. Foligno charging hard through the pack there. the 718, Jack Zarcy, the Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX rider, gets around on the final lap. Going to take fourth place away from Cole Gallagher. So Gallagher on the 23 will have to settle for fifth. As a little light rain falling here at Winchester Speed Park, but this is motocross. We don't care. We race in the rain, the mud, the mess. And we will get ready to drop the gate now on the Youth A and B class. So Youth A and B getting set to leave the gate next. Riders in the 65 Open should be in staging. 40-plus novice riders down in pre-staging. And that one looked like the 1-2-7 holding the inside line. The Pilgrim Power Sports rider, Will Agnew, grabbing the whole shot. So Agnew all the way along the tree line section, backside of the track. So Maynard out front with the, Agnew out front with the early lead, my mistake there. Trying to get a look at the rider in second. I believe that might be Jack Pagano, the 295, making his way up through the pack. We'll get a better look at him as they come through the S-turn section here. Actually, that is the 111 Cody Baker, looks like, making a move to second. So there's Agnew out front, Cody Baker in second. There's the 295 Pagano in third. The 102 Matt Anderson running in fourth. Rounding out the top five here on lap one, going to be Dylan Frazier, the 636. Kyle Russo on the 67, running in sixth. And we got the 103. Matt Silva in seventh, Dylan Kavaguti running in eighth, and Brian Bennett rounding in the ninth spot on the 31 Husqvarna. So working through the inside section, Will Agnew, Cody Baker, Jack Pagano still top three, it looks like, as they hit the option tabletop jump. Agnew's going to come down that left-hand side. And it looks like the Pilgrim Power Sports rider is starting to stretch it out just a little bit. 3.5 seconds was the gap on lap one. We'll see if he's able to move that out. And it looks like he is definitely moved out from second place just a little bit. There's Baker coming into the horseshoe turn section. He's going to use the outside line. And Pagano coming down into that section now. He's going to go outside as well. So the Pilgrim Power Sports ride, Will Agnew holds the lead. Cody Baker in second. Jack Pagano, the 295, continues in third. Here's the 102. Matt Anderson running in fourth. And the 636 Twin Air factory backing lead Scott Ride of Dylan Frazier continuing to round out the top five. 67 Husqvarna of Kyle Russo starting to close the gap a little bit though. See if Russo can make something happen. Matt Silva still running seventh. And Silva's still dealing with a little pressure. That is Dylan Cavacuti running in the 8th spot. Bennett still rounds out the field at 9th on the 31. So there is the 127 Agnew making his way out of the S-turn section again. Smooth down that left-hand side. And we are down to 2 to go here for the Youth AB. And with 2 to go, 67 to Kyle Russo able to get into the top 5 as he gets around Frazier. Husqvarna rider making that move on the left-hand side of the track. They're going to head down the right-hand side now. We'll see if we can make that stick. And it is still Baker trying to track down Will Agnew for the lead here. The Youth AB, Pagano making his way up that center section, continuing in third. So this is Youth A and B, race number 8 in the order on the track. 65 open next off the gate. Riders in the 40-plus novice, you should be in the staging area. Supermini riders down to pre-staging. So light rain continues to fall here in Winchester, but no problem for these riders getting it done on the track. Keep the dirt nice and moist here. Keep the nice line selection going. So keeping cruising through the order here. This is race number 8, Youth A and B working through their final lap. A pair of Yamaha riders battling it out here back in the pack a little bit. That is the 284 of Cavacuti. And the 103, that is Matt Silva. Those riders battling for that 6th spot. As we pick Agnew airing out that option tabletop section out in the back corner of the track. He's going to head all the way to the back left corner through the S-turns. So there is the 127 Pilgrim Power Sports ride making his way through here. Will Agnew going to come down to the triple section right before the finish. And that will be the checkered flag and the race win for this rider on the 127 KTM. So Will Agnew with the win here in the Youth AB. The 111, Cody Baker tripling into that section right before the finish. He's going to have to settle for second in this one, but looks like Baker figuring out some different lines he's going to be working on. There's the 295. Jack Pagano going to hang on a third. And it looks like it is going to be the Honda of Anderson fourth. Russo will round out the top 5. And we're going to get ready to go here with the riders in the 65 Open. And here we go, 65 Open riders coming down the start straight. And the 24 of Koval, another good jump up that center section. He's going to grab the whole shot here for the 65 Open. Oh, it looks like we got some riders stacking up coming out of turn 2 there. And coming through the inside, it definitely looks like 24 Koval trying to stretch it out. He's got the 5.26. Looks like Beckwith making the move to second. And I believe that's the 3.18 of Crosby making the move to third. And there is your leader coming down the left-hand side. So there's the leader into the triple section right before the finish. Solid run early on the 24 KTM. Owen Koval with the lead. And it is the 5.26 Moto Fit seated Davenport trucking rider Beckwith in second. Actually, Ty Lepasir now going to make the move to third. So 7.26 Decon Reconstruction Sandbox King Graphics Cycle Express ride to third. It is the Crosby Construction rider Carter Crosby in fourth. Josh Mazzone fifth. Logan Tristani in sixth. Nerona seventh on the number 8. Braden Martin in eighth. It's Mason Nettleton ninth. And the 01 of Keegan Coe is going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. So definitely some slick conditions to deal with here for the 65 open riders. As you watch Alito coming down the horseshoe turn section, no problems for the rider on the 24. Coble getting it done out front. So down to 2 to go for the 24 of Koval. So Koval maintains the lead. It is Beckwith still in second to 5.26. Leprosier now third. Crosby on the 318 still fourth. And Tristani going to move into the top 5 now on the number 9. So watching the top 5 riders coming up that center rhythm section, and vision definitely getting to be an issue here as the light rain continues to fall. Not enough to make the track messy, but it is that kind of misty rain that does interfere with the vision. So make sure your rider has their goggles set up on point when they head out there onto the track, because it's definitely a difficult vision situation here today. We will have this little passing shower, I believe, blowing throughout early in the day. Thing's supposed to be beautiful later on for us. As Owen Koval coming through the horseshoe turn section, he's going to use the high line in that section. And then right into the triple right before the finish. And down to 1 to go here for the young man on the 24 KTM. Here's the 5.26 of Beckwith making his way through, hanging on to the second spot. And looking for the 7.26 of Leprosier. See if he can hang on to that third spot. Carter Crosby was starting to close up the gap on him, and now it's going to be Tristani taking advantage of both of those riders as Tristani gets around to take over third. Crosby will move up to fourth on the 318. And it's going to be Josh Mazzone moving into fifth on the 430. So problems for the 7.26 there on the final lap. So we're going to do the final lap here in the 65 Open, race number 9 in the order. 40-plus novice riders will be next off the gate. Riders in the Supermini should be in the staging area. 450 A and B riders down to pre-staging. And there is the 24 Koval one more time through that horseshoe turn section. And a solid run to grab the checkered flag. Another race win for this young man. Owen Koval, the 24 KTM, takes the win here in the 65 Open. Second spot will go to the rider on the 5-2-6. That is the MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking ride of Taylor Beckwith. And looking for the number 9, 100% Dunlop, North Services, Condor and Construction, Walsh Builders, Ozzy Steak and Eggs, Thunderbolt ride. The Logan Tristani making his way through the triple section. He's going to hang on to that third spot. The Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus ride, Carter Crosby fourth. And we are looking for the rider on the 430, the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride, to see if he can hang on to round out the top 5. 40-plus novice riders next off the gate. And looks like the number 8, Jack Nerona, going to make some passes to move into the top 5 on the final lap. So the number 8 moves himself into the top 5. And grabbing that checkered flag, we've got riders in the 40C next off the start gate. And here we go, 40C. Oh, we got a tangle up in turn 2. Looked like it was the 22 of Kevin Webster grabbing the whole shot in that one. We got some riders tangled up coming out of turn 2. That's going to slow some riders down. So leaders coming up the center rhythm section. And looks like it's going to be the 41 of Charles Quinn taking over the top spot. And I believe it's the 311 of Pat Andrews who's made the move to second. Not sure on that one, though. Have to get a better look as they make their way back up. So there's the leader into the S-turn section. It does look to be the 41 of Charles Quinn out front. So into the triple section right before the finish. Quinn holds down the top spot. On the 311, it is Pat Andrews in the second spot. Yamaha rider coming out of West Kingston, Rhode Island. 26 of Bruce Adams, the B&C Racing Boyson Hookit. Bunnell's Crazy Ed's ride running in the third spot. Jeff Holden in fourth. Randy Pell, the 17, rounds out the top 5. Running in 6th, it's the 518 Dave Terry. Dave Amato in 7th. Chris Ledbetter in 8th. 23 Mark Caputo 9th. And Brian Herworth on the 334 rounds out the top 10 here on lap 1. So look at the leader coming up that center rhythm section. There is the 41 Yamaha ride out front. Quinn with the lead. And looks like Andrews might add a little bit of trouble as I see a Kawasaki rider coming around in that second spot now. So it looks like Adams may have made the move around into second. And it does appear the 26 has gotten around to 311, so Adams will take the second spot. And that'll put Andrews down to third. Leaders coming into the S-turn section out in the far back corner. And that's going to bring out the 2-lap board here. So 2 to go in the 40-plus novice. Your leader making his way through the finish line turn. That's the 41 of Quinn. Bruce Adams on the 26 Kawasaki, able to make the move around to take that second spot. So the Boyesen Matrix Concepts Dunlop Tag Metals ride up into second. On the 69, Jeff Holden gets around into third. So that's going to drop the 311 out of the top 5, it looks like. 17 of Randy Pell moves to 4th. And there's the 518 Yamaha. Dave Terry now going to move into the 5th spot. So big problems for Andrews on that lap as he's going to be all the way down just about to the bottom of the top 10. We got a battle going on for that 10th place spot. Webster and Herworth are going at it over that 10th spot. Right in front of them, the 23 of Caputo in 9th. And there's your leader coming back up the center rhythm section to 41 of Quinn. So Charles Quinn getting it done out front here. And the goggles getting tossed as we come over the finish line jump there. Again, highly encourage you to get your tear off, your roll off, or whatever your goggle setup is on point here in that light misty rain. It will be difficult to see. You want to make sure you got good vision out there. So there is your leader heading off into that back left corner of the track. The 41 Yamaha Charles Quinn going to go all the way to the back left corner into the S-turn section. So watching riders head down the left-hand side here. 1 to go for the 41 of Charles Quinn. So final lap, Quinn, Adams, Holden, Pell, and Andrews top 5. Pat Andrews recovering back into the top 5 there after running towards the front of the pack earlier on, but then a little bit of trouble took him out and pushed him back towards the 5th place position. He was able to recover. He was all the way down out of the top 10 at one point. So a good run for Andrews to get back to 5th, see if he can salvage a couple more points on the final lap here. Ledbetter in 6th, Dave Terry 7th, David Moto 8th, Webster 9th, and it's going to be the 23 Caputo rounding out the top 10 here on the final lap for the 40-plus novice. And there is lead heading to the option tabletop section. Quinn on that 41 Yamaha. So final time through here in the 40 novice. Your leader going to the horseshoe turn section on the final lap. We've got racers in the Supermini next off the gate. So that'll be the race win here in the 40-plus C for the rider on the 41 Yamaha. Charles Quinn with the win. '26 B&C Racing Boyson, Hookett, Matrix Dunlop tag ride of Bruce Adams across the line to hang on a second. On the 69 Yamaha, Jeff Holden is going to grit the 3rd spot. Going to be the 17 of Randy Pell. Looks like he's going to hang on a 4th. And we are looking for the rider on the 311, Pat Andrews, to round out the top 5. And actually looks like Andrews is going to get 4th. Pell will round out the top 5. And we are going to get ready to go racing here with the Supermini. Counting them down the line here as we get ready to go. Just about another full gate here. We got 39 riders out there in the Supermini. And that one looked like it was the 718 or the 726. Trying to get a look at which one it was, but I believe it was Zarcy had the whole shot in that one. A couple riders tangled up in turn 2, getting everybody up and away. And back up that center rhythm section. It is the 718 of Zarcy with the lead here. So Zarcy grabs the whole shot. He grabs the lead. And it looks to be the 198 of Felino making a jump to 2nd early on here. Riders all the way to the back left corner of that S-turn section, and then they'll come down Riverside Drive. So there's your leader out of the S-turn. So there is the 718 Factory Connection, Top Gear MX, Zarcy Custom Cabinets ride. Jack Zarcy with the lead. The 198, Angelo Foligno in second. On the 37, up into third early on. It's going to be the 31, I'm sorry, flying Brian Bennett. Cameron Dufall, the 41 Suzuki in fourth. Rounding out the top five, it's Damian Busheri on the 21. The 205, Kevin Hill in sixth. Hunter Benoit in seventh. Tyler Blowers on the 17X Kawasaki 8. Devin O'Leary, the 465 ninth. And it's going to be the 551 of Nick Niles rounding out the top 10 on lap one here. So racers heading down that right-hand side. We're going to pick up the leaders coming up the center rhythm section. So Zarcy continues to hold down the top spot. It looks like Foligno's still in second. There is the rider on the 31, Brian Bennett, making his way up the round in third. There's Dufault, the 41 Suzuki. So still fourth for that rider. And it looks like it is still the 21 of Damian Busheri rounding out the top five as they come back through the inside. Supermini out on the track right now, race number 11 in the order. Tricky on that option tabletop here on the Supermini bike because some of these riders used to riding in the bigger bikes, scrubbing off that jump there because you can't always get it evenly on the Supermini. It's not always a good reach here on these bikes, so a little bit of strategy to see who can get that one and make it smooth every single time through. But run out front here on the 718, Zarcy grabbing the whole shot, getting himself out front early. That is exactly the game plan. Pretty much everybody out there on the track probably wants to do the same thing, but 718 is Zarcy able to execute this one cleanly. And he is out front. We're going to follow him through turn two. So just continuing to click off the laps here. The riders in the Supermini out on the track right now. And picking up your leader coming down the left-hand side. So there is the 718, Zarcy. So this time through, they're going to get the two lap board. So two more times around here for the Moto win. And the Supermini, we'll see if the 718 can hang on to it. There's a 198 Manchester Sports Center ride of Angelo Foligno hunting in a second. And the 41 Cameron Dufall, Suzuki rider running in third here on the 2 to go. And it looks like Bennett on the 31 still in fourth. A little trouble for the 205 on that one as it's going to be Kyle Gattani, the Central Mass Power Sports Crow Hill MX Team Green Light Proof ride. Moving into the top 5 now, so Gattani takes the 5th spot. Flowers into 7th, Sam St. Laurent 8th, Damon Basheri 9th, and Seamus Sullivan on the 77 Honda now rounding out the top 10. So steady rain continuing to fall here. Not a heavy one, but it is just a constant steady rain. So definitely making vision a little bit of an issue for some of the riders. So the 718 Zarsi heading down the right-hand side, continuing to run a solid gap, 8.9 seconds over the 198 of Foligno that time around. Duvall a solid third on the 41. So just continuing to click off the laps here in the Supermini. So this is race number 11 in the order out on the track, the Supermini. 450 A and B riders next off the gate. Riders in the 450 C, you should be in the staging area. And riders in the women's class down to pre-staging. So on the final lap here, it is Zarsi, Foligno, Duvall, Bennett, and Gattani top 5. That is going to be the checkered flag, the race win for the rider on the 718 Top Gear MX Zarsi Custom Cabinets Factory Connection ride. That is Jack Zarsi with the win. The 198, Angelo Foligno, Manchester Sports Center rider across the line for second. And it's the 41, Suzuki, Cameron Duvall making his way through the triple section. Going to hang on to third. And we're looking for the 31, Flying Brian Bennett to hang on to that 4th spot. Oh, and Bennett's going to give it up. The Central Mass Power Sports rider, Gattani, will get 4th. Bennett will round out the top 5. And we've got 450 A and B riders next off the gate. Once again, riders in the 450C, you should be in the staging area. Women's riders in pre-staging. And once again, one of my folks, make sure you stop down and say hi to the folks from Factory Connection down in the pit area. Mike from Factory Connection here, trackside in the vendors area, doing trackside suspension tuning and setup. Give you the best advice you're ever going to get on anything to do with that suspension on that bike. You know, a lot of folks like to spend money on mods on their bikes. Best money you're ever going to spend is on suspension mods to deliver that power to the ground. So make sure you stop over, say hi to Mike over at the Factory Connection rig. Here we go, 450 A and B. And it looked like the 633 Dupre going to grab the whole shot in that one. So Rick Dupre grabs the whole shot. He'll lead him down the right-hand side. He's going to have some company right quick, though, getting down to the bottom right-hand turn. And it's going to be the 223 of Jeremy Wallstrom grabbing the top spot away. So Wallstrom out front now for the 450B. And Wallstrom now going to have some company up at the front of the pack as they get all the way to the back left corner, just coming into that S-turn section. And then down Riverside Drive. So there is the leader, the 223 Yamaha ride. Wallstrom has the top spot, 633 Manchester Sports Center ride of Dupre in second. There's your leader in the A-class, 641 Melo Electric ride of Dylan Melo. On the 305 Central Mass Power Sports DC3 ride, Kyle Bilodeau up into third for the B-class. Joe Stewart, the 533, runs second for the 450A. Jamie Hunkler in fourth for the B. Tyler Moore in the 112 Prospect Designs ride rounds out the top five for the 450B. And a steady rain coming down here at Winchester. So we've got a light, steady rain falling throughout the day. Again, make sure you have your riders' goggles set up on point if you're going to head out there. Vision is going to be difficult. So whether you're using the roll-off, a tear-off, or whatever system you're using, make sure you get those goggles set up right. Make sure your rider keeps them on. So Dylan Melo, Joe Stewart, the running order in the 450A. Jeremy Wallstrom, Rick Dupre, Kyle Bilodeau, Jamie Hunkler, Tyler Moore in top five in the B, first time across the finish line. Burdick was in sixth, Shannon Fleming seventh, Chris Laurel eighth, Gary Pelletier ninth, and Kyle Burdick, the 17, was rounding out the top 10 first time through. Riders making their way down to the horseshoe turn section. Here is your leader. So Wallstrom and Dupre 1 and 2. It is Melo and Stewart 1 and 2 for the A. Kyle Bilodeau, the Central Mass Power Sports rider, continuing to hang on to third for the B class. The JDK Pavement Showy Alias rider up towards the front of the pack. We'll see if he can hang on to it there. And And things starting to tighten up after that. Chris Loro in 4th, Hunkler 5th. Hunkler, the 171 Wheels Power Sports Boron construction rider. Tyler Morin on the 112 in the 6th spot now on the Prospect Designs Kennedy's Performance Tuning Honda. Jonathan Gusti running in 7th. The Auto Specialties rider Fleming up into 8th. Sean Bresnahan 9th. And Kyle Burdick on the 17, still rounding out the top 10. So he's the 641 Melo reaching up to clear the vision as he comes up over the top of the Loctite launch there. Stewart maintaining the 2nd spot in the A class on the Michelin Renthal Guernay Stu Crew ride. And we got a good battle shaping up here at the 305 of Bilodeau. Trying to hang on to that 3rd spot. And looks like the 134, Chris Loro, has closed up the gap on Bilodeau. We'll see if we can get him here. Still have plenty of time left in this moto. And now the 134 Loro closing right up on the back tire of Bilodeau. They're going to come up that center rhythm section. So that is the battle on the track right now for the 3rd spot. Loro uses the high line and the off camber, but a little bit of a bobble going to the top of the line. Doesn't look like he's able to take advantage there. And here comes your leaders down into the finish line turn section now. We'll pick up the battle out front. There's the 223 of Walter, the 633 Dupre. And Loro is going to make the pass into that 3rd spot now. That'll move him up in the B class. As we watch him coming through the rhythm section right in front of the finish. So Jeremy Walston, Rick Dupre, Chris Loro, Kyle Bilodeau, and John Gusti, the top 5 now in the 450B. Dylan Melo, Joe Stewart, the running order in the A class here. Race number 12 out on the track. 450C, race 13 next off the gate. Riders in the women's class, you should be in the staging area. And 50-plus riders down to pre-staging. And it looks like Dupre starting to lose ground just a little bit to Jeremy Wallstrom. The 223 looks like he's got a little more breathing room coming down the left-hand side now. And we are going to be down to 2 to go. So 2 more times around here in the 450 AB. Jeremy Wallstrom, Rick Dupre, and Chris Lauro, top 3, it looks like still in the 450B. 641, Melo Electric Ride. Dylan Melo with a solid lead in the 450A. Stewart in the 2nd spot. So there is Laurel making his way through. And there is the 305. Bilodeau looks like he's trying to make a charge back into that 3rd spot. Laurel got him last lap around. And Kyle Bilodeau looks like he's wanting to get that spot back. So with the 2-lap board out here, Wallstrom, Dupre, Laurel, Bilodeau, and Shannon Fleming now top 5 in the B. Curtis on the number 9, moving to 6. Morin drops down to 7. Steve Brady 8. Bresnahan 9th, and Jake LaChapelle, the 519, now rounding out the top 10. And there is your leader getting the 1-lap board. So the 223 Wallstrom coming through. Final time around for the rider on the Yamaha. And your leader coming down to the horseshoe turn section, final time through. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win to the 223. That is the Cycles 128 Yamaha ride of Jeremy Wallstrom. 6:33 Manchester Sports Center ride. Rick Dupre across the line in second. Dupre right there. And 3rd place looks like it's going to be the 134. Race win in the 450A goes to the 641 Malo Electric Ride, One Industries KTM of Dylan Malo. Joe Stewart will be second in that one with his 2 Crew Coastline Michelin Renthal Guernay ride. There's the 134 Chris Laurel going to hang on to that 3rd spot in the 450B. Looking for Billy Doe, the Central Mass Power Sports JDK Pavement Show Alias ride to run 4th. And Shannon Fleming, the Auto Specialties Yamaha, rounding out the top 5. Here we go with 450C. And looks like it's going to be the rider on the 446. That is Paul Bakken with the whole shot. So your leader coming up the center rhythm section here in the 450C. And it's going to be the 118, Nick Edwards taking over the top spot. On the 114, looks like Steve Spanik making a move to second, coming through the off-camber turn section. So there's the leader coming down the left-hand side, out front with the early lead. Going to be Nick Edwards, the 118 Yamaha rider. So there is the 118 Yamaha ride. Nick Edwards holding down the top spot early on here in the 450C. On the 114, that is Steve Stefanik in the second spot. The 414, Scott McRae moves to third. 446, Paul Bakken now running in fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it's going to be the 365 of Ron DePaula. Casey McNamara, the 26, running in 6. Jordan Magora in the 7th spot on the 93. It's the 12 of Alex Adams running in 9th. And Eric Chevalier, the 175, rounds out the top 10. So there's the 118 Edwards coming up the center rhythm section. 450C riders on the track. Women's riders are next off the gate. 50 plus, you should be in staging. 2-stroke open riders down to pre-staging. So Edwards holding the solid gap. Stefanik and McRae second and third. We got a good battle going on. Fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, it looks like. Those riders will be coming down into the Riverside Drive tabletop section now, and everyone was tightened up in that back corner section for a while there. There's a 118 of Edwards. Solid gap on the field as he comes down and gets the 2-lap board. Stefanik still in second, McRae third, and now it's going to be the 365 of Ron DePaula moving up to fourth. Kyle Luco, the 270, comes up into the fifth spot now. So the 270 making some moves through the IMS suspension rider, Kyle Luco. McNamara in sixth, Jordan Mulgore now seventh, Paul Bach in eighth. It's Alex Adams ninth, and Chevalier, the 175, still rounding out the top 10. And there he's heading back that center rhythm section. So Ulita making his way to the back left corner of the track here. No run, no problems out front for the 118 of Nick Edwards. So there is the 1-lap board. Final time around for the rider on the 118 Yamaha. Edwards stretching out the lead now. As your second place rider coming into the triple section right before the finish. It's the 114 Kawasaki Steve Stefanik. Solid run to hang on a second. He's got to stay right where he is for one more time around. 414 of Scott McRae, though, has closed the gap significantly. So McRae is charging. 365 of Ron DePaula. Got the goggles on the arm. He doesn't care. He's in the fourth now. And there's the 270 of Luco rounding out the top 5. So we've got some riders making some moves here as the laps wear down. So waiting for your leader to come down the left-hand side here. Final time through. And there is Edwards coming down to the horseshoe turn section. And that is going to be the checkered flag. So the race win here in the 450C. Rider on the 118 Yamaha. That is Nick Edwards with the win. And it is going to be the rider on the 114 Steve Stefanik hanging on to second. Scott McRae, the 414 third. It looks like Bill Paulo will round in fourth. And Kyle Luco, the 270, will round out the top five. That'll do it here in the 450C. And we have got riders lined up getting ready to go racing here in the women's class. And here we go. Card goes sideways. We're ready to go racing with the women's class. And just about a dead heat to the turn. 605 of Chase and the 68 of Fleming side by side. Looks like Fleming's going to have the advantage coming out of turn 2. Chase gets back to the inside, but the Yamaha rider is going to lead him down the right-hand side of the track. So the Auto Specialties ride of Shannon Fleming takes the top spot here. Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki ride. Kendall Chase into second as they head down to the far right-hand side. So Shannon Fleming, 605, Kendall Chase, 1 and 2. Looks like Shannon Grigas on the 132, making the move to third as they came through that inside center section. So there is leader coming down the left-hand side, the 68 Yamaha ride. Shannon Fleming getting it done out front, starting to open up a gap early on here. So it is the Auto Specialties Motorsports Nation ride. Shannon Fleming with the lead, 605. Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki of Kendall Chase in the second spot. There's the 132. That's Shannon Grigas, the Honda rider, running in third on the Jolly Rogers ride. 882 of Gabrielle Connor is running in the fourth spot, rounding out the top five. The Factory Connected Suzuki of Sierra Bernard. 163 of Cheyenne Andrews right in the mix, though, and Andrews in sixth. 999 of Deonna Moran running in seventh. Brooke Colucci in eighth. Jen Patty running in ninth on the 18. Rounding out the top 10, the 221 is Kayla McMurray. So the 68 Fleming making her way up that center rhythm section. Solid run out front. There you see the 605 of Kendall Chase making her way through, hanging on to second. The 132 Grigas up the center rhythm section in third. Look like Gabrielle Connors still running in fourth. So just watching the Auto Specialties ride. Shannon Fleming heading down the right-hand side out front with the lead here in the women's class. So Fleming continues to run a solid lead. Kendall Chase in the second spot, 14 seconds back of Fleming. Shannon Grigas in the third position. There's the 882 Gabrielle Connors still fourth. And the 999, Deanna Moran, moves into the top 5 now as she gets around Sierra Bernard. So Moran moves to 5th. So picking up the leader here on the final lap through the start turn section. Solid gap on the field for the rider on the 68 Auto Specialties Yamaha. Shannon Fleming getting it done out front here in the women's class. Kendall Chase continues in second on the 605. Definitely some challenging conditions here as the rain continues to fall. Again, not enough to really accumulate a lot of water on the track, just enough to give you that sort of blurry vision with the goggles. Make you just a little bit uncomfortable. But this is motocross, and you know what? We run whether it rains or not. I've even run races in the snow, so you never know what's going to be thrown at you here in motocross racing. Watching the leader coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop one more time through the horseshoe turn section as Fleming completes the final lap here in the women's class moto. So final time through the triple section, checkered flag, and the race win for the Auto Specialties Yamaha ride of Shannon Fleming. The Motorsport Nation ride grabbing that win. And doing so in convincing fashion here, looking for the 605 of Chase to make her way down the left-hand side. And there is the 605 Kenny G's Performance Junior Suzuki ride. That's Kendall Chase to come across the line in second. And the 132 Honda, Shannon Grigg, is coming out of that horseshoe turn section. She's going to hang on a third. We're looking for the 882 of Connors fourth. And Deanna Moran to hang on to round out the top 5. And it looks like Connors will take fourth. There is the 999 of Diona Moran going to round out the top 5. And we're going to get ready to go now with the 50-plus class. And right up the center on the factory connection, KTM ride. That is going to be the Winchester Motorsports rider, Jack Camilio with the whole shot. And looks like Camilio going to give that spot up coming out of turn 2. As that looks to be Martel, the number 8. Idleman Sales, CD Davenport Trucking, Martel Excavating ride, grabbing the top spot away. So there's Martel up the outside of the center rhythm section. You're going to watch Camilo come to the inside line. And it doesn't look like he's got the track position to make the pass there, but he's going to have a good line coming into that center section. And that'll be the pass right there. So the number 5 takes over the top spot. Martel switches up the line to try to get around the outside. So Camilio and Martel, 1 and 2 to the back left corner section. And there's your leaders into the horseshoe turn. Oh, Martel gets stuck in the top line. He got a little too close to the tire. And looked like he might have caught his bar on it. Just the edge of the grips stick to that rubber, and that's going to give him a little bit more work to do to catch up to the leaders. So the Fox Racing Winchester Motorsports ride. Camilio going to pitch the goggles after lap 1. Questionable move. Martel in second. On the 20 line, Mike Digitano running in the 3rd spot. That's AJ's dad for those of you keeping score at home. Running in fourth, the 602 Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX rider Kurt Zarcy. The 96 of Bruce Hawes runs in 5th. Roger Durno 6th. Jim Nerona running 7th. Cliff White, the 884, running in the 8th spot. Masiello, the number 18 KTM ride, running in 9th. And it's going to be Dave Shattuck on the 76, rounding out the top 10. So leaders heading to the far right-hand corner and down that back section there, that long tree line stretch. And here comes your leaders back up the center rhythm section. Camilio and Martel still 1 and 2. And again, you see the number 5 controlling that high inside line there. So top 2 riders heading off into that inside right-hand sweeper. Starting to open up the gap a little bit now as Digitano on the 29 hanging on a 3rd. Coming up and over the Loctite launch. And there is the KTM Azarcy still 4th. And it looks like Bruce Hawes on the 96 still rounding out the top 5. So riders making their way now, picking up the leader coming down the left-hand side. We are down to 2 to go here as we watch the number 5 make his way up and over the finish line jump. So Jack Camilio trying to hold off the number 8 and Nathan Martel for the win here. 2 more times around to get it done. Digatano on the 29, still maintaining that third spot. And it's still Zarsi fourth, Durno rounding out the top 5. Following them out of the lead all the way down the far tree line section at the very far end of the track. Camilio and Martel still 1 and 2. Look at the number 8 trying to close up something on the inside, but nothing doing as Camilio shuts that line down. As you can see on the screen here, constant steady rain falling here at Winchester. Nothing really heavy, not enough to accumulate, but definitely messing with the vision. As we said, your leader throwing the goggles on lap 1 there. And always a questionable thing to do. So this is the 50-plus class out on the track right now. Race number 15 in the order. Coming off the gate next, we got the riders in the 2-stroke open. 50cc 7 to 9 riders should be in staging. 54 to 6 riders down to pre-staging. And we are down to 1 to go here. Top 2 riders really pulling away from the rest of the field. We'll pick up the battle here for the lead. Follow these guys around on the final lap. And Digatano, the Fox Racing KTM rider, is still hanging on to that 3rd spot, but he is definitely starting to get the pressure from the 602 of Zarsi. Zarsi right there with him. And again, into that tree line section, all the way on the far side of the track. Martel's going to close up on the number 5 of Camilio. And have some lap traffic ahead of him now. Both riders have to go the high line in that off camber as you got a slower rider right in front of them there. Both riders able to get through. Martel cuts to the inside. He's going to have the advantage. And the number 8 makes the pass. See if he can make it stick. Here comes Camilio, going to try the inside coming into the S-turn section, and Martel able to execute around the outside to get it. So Nathan Martel makes the pass with less than a half a lap to go. We'll see if Camilio can answer back. They're going to come down the left-hand side. And doesn't look like it. Martel's going to get out of that S-turn, down through the horseshoe turn, and he's going to come to the triple right before the finish, and that is going to be the checkered flag and the race win. For the item in sales, Martel Excavating Ride, Nathan Martel takes the win on the number 8. Camilio across the line in 2nd. And definitely looking like the goggles might have been an issue there, as he's got some pretty bad mud up on the top of his face. So looking like vision might have come into play. And it is going to be the 602. The Zarsi Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX ride of Kurt Zarsi getting around to 3rd on the final lap. The 29, Digatano will finish it up in 4th. And we'll look for the 96 of Bruce Hawes to round out the top 5. And we are going to be ready to go here. Two-stroke open. And that was the 528, Taylor Fortini, the North Adams sheet metal rider, grabbing the whole shot. Fortini quick up the inside. So Fortini with the early lead, but it's going to be the 202 of Alex Gillespie. Out breaking him at the end of that long tree line section straightaway and just sweeping around the outside to take the top spot away. So the 202 going to lead him up into the inside, up and over the Loctite launch. So down the left-hand side, there's your leader on the 202, coming down to the horseshoe turn section. And Alex Gillespie out front with the early lead here. 528 of Fortini grabbing the whole shot. He had a good run down that long tree line section, but Gillespie just slingshot at the outside to take the top spot away. And now the 111 of Cody Baker going to make the move to second, so that's going to drop the North Adams sheet metal ride. Fortini down to third. Hilson Contractors ride Kevin Hill fourth. 756. Brandon Lemaire going to sweep around the outside to take over the fifth spot. Gary Waddy on the 484 in sixth. Joe Celso seventh. Cameron Default eighth. Matt Silva running in ninth on the 103. And it's Dylan Cavacuti rounding out the top 10 on the first lap here. We'll pick up the leaders coming back up that center rhythm section. So picking up your leader coming down the left-hand side. There's the 202 Yamaha ride. So Gillespie getting it done out front here. He's going to come down the horseshoe turn section. Looks like he's starting to stretch out the lead just a little bit. And definitely some very soft, ruddy conditions out there with this light, steady rain we've had falling. So it's very challenging to get in those main lines and try to stay in them. If you get off that main line, you're out into that soft stuff. No real grip. This is the 111 of Cody Baker hanging on a second. And there is the 528 of Fortini running third. 205, Kevin Hill still fourth, and it's going to be the 756. Looks like Brandon Lemaire dropping back a little bit. So moving into the top five now, it's going to be the rider on the 484, Gary Waddy. There's Lemaire running in sixth. So good battle going on right now for that sixth spot. That is the 756 Lemaire, the 41 Cameron Dufall. looks like Lemaire going to maintain the advantage in that battle right now. And Duvall trying to cut the inside line at the end of that tree line section, but again, Lemaire is going to maintain the position. So good battle going on there between Cameron Duvall, 756 of Bren Lemaire. That is for the 6th spot right now. And looks like Cameron Duvall going to just cut the outside line in the off-camber section to make the pass. We'll see if Lemaire can answer back. Leader coming out of the S-turn section to head down the left-hand side. And Cody Baker closing up the gap now on the 202 of Gillespie down to the horseshoe turn section. Last time around, it was 4.7 seconds, the gap between first and second, and it looks like it's going to tighten up a little bit here. 2-lap board is out. And it is indeed just 2 seconds separating them this time around. So Cody Baker closing up the gap on the leader with 2 to go. See if he can make something happen to make that pass. Fortini still running in third on the 528 North Adams sheet metal ride. And Kevin Hill starting to put some pressure on him, so we may have a battle for third place before this one's over as well. And there's the 41, Cameron Duvall making that pass into the 5th spot. All right, through the inside, up and over the Loctite launch, and Cody Baker really putting the charge on here as you see him reaching up to clear the vision. So Gillespie going to have his hands full here on the final lap. You see both riders using the high line in that off-camber turn. And the 1-lap board is out, so final time around, see if Alex Gillespie can hang on for the win here. And problems for Baker, it looks like, as the 111 well off the pace coming into the turn. So not sure what happened there, but Baker having some problems. So your leader heading down the far right-hand side. Alex Gillespie still with a solid lead. Cody Baker in the 2nd spot. And as I said, I'm not sure what's up with the 111. He may have gone down briefly. I might have missed that. Taylor Fortini still running in 3rd, but Kevin Hill is now right on the back tire of Fortini. We'll see if he can hang on to that 3rd spot on the final lap here. So there's the 202 of Alex Gillespie, the sweeping right-hander right in the very center of the track. And then he'll head off into that option tabletop jump. of Alex Gillespie, the sweeping right-hander, right in the very center of the track. And then he'll hit off into that option tabletop jump. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win here in the two-stroke open for the rider on the 202 Yamaha. Shift racing ride of Alex Gillespie hangs on to take the win there. And it looks like Cody Baker able to get himself back on point here on the final couple sections to hang on to that second spot on the 111. So again, not sure what happened to Baker there, but maintains the second position. The North Adams sheet metal ride of Taylor Fortini will hang on to third. We've got 50cc riders heading off the gate next. The 205 of Kevin Hill will hang on to the fourth spot. So the Hilson Contractors rider fourth. And there's the 41 of Cameron Dufall. He is going to round out the top five there in the two-stroke open. And we'll get ready to go with 50cc 7 and 9. Race number 17 in the order next off the gate. And the 24, Owen Koval grabbing the hole shot, 113 of Merrill Cox. Great jump up the inside line. Cox staying right with Koval. And into turn two, it's going to be the 24 taking the advantage coming out of that turn. So there is your leader coming out the center rhythm section on the 24. That is Owen Koval. (113) Merrill Cox, the 43 Eric Franklin battling in second and third. Looks like Franklin going to take that second spot as they go through the off-camber turn. All right, leader all the way to the back left corner, and there he is into the S-turn section on the 24 Cobra. Owen Koval going to come down the left-hand side. And Koval using the outside line there in the off horseshoe turn. So there is the 24 Cobra ride. Owen Koval out front with the lead, and he has got a solid lead running early on. The 43 Franklin making a move to second, coming out of the horseshoe turn section. So KTM rider getting himself up into that second spot. On the 113, Merrill Cox jumping through that double-double section right before the finish. That's a triple. The 50s use it as a double-double. There's that little single afterwards. Now you got the 928 and Nettleton, who's going to come right up on side. Nettleton almost made the pass on Merrill Cox coming after the finish line there. So Owen Koval, Eric Franklin, Merrill Cox, Mason Nettleton, Liam Corman top five. Justin Malgren running in sixth. Mason Call, the 91 in seventh. Charles Quinn on the number 41 in eighth. Ginger Osgood, the K-Ray Graphics ride, running in ninth. And Eddie Barbosa rounds out the top 10 on the 131. So Owen Coble continuing to run out front here in the 50cc 7-9. And it looks like Merrill Cox making a move on Franklin to take that second spot away. So all the way to the back left corner, picking up the battle for second place here. Your leader coming through the horseshoe turn. So Coble's going to come through and get the one lap board. Looks like it is the 113 of Merrill Cox taking over that second spot as he comes down to the horseshoe turn section. Oh, I'm sorry, that is the 928 of Nettleton. So Nettleton going from fourth to second. So my mistake on that one, it was Nettleton making those moves. Very similar looking gear there. So that is going to put Franklin into third, and it'll be the 113 of Merrill Cox running in fourth. So Mason Nettleton really getting on the move in that lap. And there's the 919, Liam Corman rounding out the top five. So Owen Coble coming through the inside section there. He has got a solid gap on the field here in the 50cc 7-9. 50cc 4 to 6 riders will be next off the start gate. Riders in the open A and B, you should be in the staging area. Open C riders down to pre-staging. So your leader on the final time through, coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. And it is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the 50cc 7-9 for the rider on the 24 Cobra. That is Owen Coble with the win. And a convincing fashion, too. Coble had a 30-second gap on the field here. Nettleton on the 928 going to be making his way down that left-hand side in just a moment. But again, we got 50cc 4 to 6 next off the gate. Open A and B riders, you should be in the staging area. Open C riders in pre-staging. And there is the 928 Mason Nettleton, your second place rider. On the 43 Shift Racing KTM, it's going to be Eric Franklin hanging on at third. Here's the 113, Merrill Cox to the finish line turn to hang on to fourth. And there's the 919, Liam Corman rounding out the top five, and that'll do it here for 57-9. Looks like Justin Malgren going to hang on to sixth. The 41, Charles Quinn, 7th. Cody Beckwith will take the 8th spot. The 91, Mason Call will come around in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, it's going to be the 22, the K-Ray Graphics ride of Ginger Osgood. And we've got 50cc 4 to 6 riders next off the start gate. And it looked to be the 113, Spencer Brodeur with the whole shot. So down the right-hand side they go. Look like Brodeur grabbing the whole shot here in the 4 to 6 class. Leaders all the way to the far tree line section on the opposite side of the track. And here comes your leader up the center rhythm section. So it is the 113, Brodeur out front with the lead. Looks to be the 901 of Austin Ober making the move to second. And it looks like the 511 Cobra of Jeffrey Jacobs making a move to third as he comes into the off-camber section right in the very center. So leader through the big sweeping right-hander on the inside of the track. All right, leader coming out of the S-turn section. Oh, a little trouble getting stuck there coming out of that high line. And Ober's going to come right behind him, and both riders go down. So Spencer Brodeur and Austin Ober, 1 and 2, they both came to the inside line in that S-turn. Brodeur is stuck, and it looks like Ober piled right into the back of him. He's stuck as well. So we're going to have a new leader coming down the left-hand side. And that looks to be the 365. Nick Frazier going to take over the top spot. So there's your leader coming to the triple section right before the finish. On the 365 KTM out front with the lead, that is Nicholas Frazier. Frazier, a little trouble coming out of that inside rut there. It looks like Brodeur back up and running. He's going to be in the second spot on the 113. On the number 11, it's Madison Casimir running in third. Jeff Jacobs, the 511 Cobra rider, now in fourth. Rounding out the top 5 on the 100, it's going to be Jeremy Figueroa. And it looks like problems continue for the 901 of Ober. He is getting that bike fired back off on the inside of the horseshoe and back underway, but that's going to take him out of the contention for the front of the pack. So a tough break there for the 901. Frazier all the way down the far side of the track on the tree line straightaway. So it was Nick Frazier, Spencer Brodeur, Madison Casimir, Jeff Jacobs, Jeremy Figueroa top 5. Austin Ober the 901, 6th. Braden Malgren running in 7th. And there is the 365. Frazier making his way up the center rhythm section. And he's got a pretty good solid gap here. That might be enough to him to hang on to it. I know Brodeur is really charging hard there on the 113 coming up the center rhythm section, but that little problem they had on lap 1 might have given Nick Frazier enough breathing room. So Nick Frazier, Spencer Brodeur, Madison Casimir, Jeff Jacobs, Jeremy Figueroa top 5, Austin Ober 6th, Braden Malgren 7th, Sebastian Ciari on the 514 and 8th, Cody Heath on the number 90 and 9th, and Aiden Bailey, the 99, rounds out the top 10. So here is the leader coming down the left-hand side, the 113. I'm sorry, 365, my mistake there. Clearly I cannot count. So Frazier coming out of the horseshoe turn section. The 113 of Brodeur is in 2nd, and he is definitely closing up the gap on the leader. So coming into the triple section right before the finish. And it's going to be one more time around to see if Nick Frazier can hang on for the win. Spencer Brodeur is definitely charging hard here. Only thing is, in these kind of conditions, you never know, that can sometimes work against you. You've all heard that term, slow down to go faster. Keeping yourself in the line. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here. But here comes the 113 of Brodeur. He is charging hard after Nick Frazier. Turn 2. And Brodeur is going to have the outside. Tries to make something happen. Doesn't make the pass there. And there they go down the right-hand side. So the 365 of Frazier going to try to hold off Spencer Brodeur for the lead. And here comes Brodeur. He's on the gas going around the outside in that long tree line section. And he's going to make the pass. So back up the center rhythm section to 113. Spencer Brodeur out in front here. Final time around for the 50cc 4-6 Open A and B riders next off the start gate. Riders in the Open Novice should be in the staging area. 85 A and B riders down to pre-staging. So leaders heading off to the back left corner. So there's the leader on the Riverside Drive tabletop final time through here. Oh, a little trouble for the 113. Brodeur runs into the back of a slow rider there. He almost put himself down. Got to smooth it out here on the final lap. He's only got about 100 feet to go to the finish. And it is going to be the race win for the rider on the 113. Spencer Brodeur takes the win. And a hard-fought battle all the way through. Brodeur had the early lead, a little miscue in the back section there. It cost him. He had to recover back through, pass a bunch of riders, and was able to do it. There's 365. Nick Frazier is going to come through to hang on to the second spot. So Spencer Brodeur and Nick Frazier 1 and 2 in the finish here in 50cc 4-6. Of course, all these riders, make some noise for all these riders getting it done out there. Not an easy day to be out there on a 50cc bike. Here's your third place rider, the rider on the 511 Cobra. That's Jeffrey Jacobs across the line in third. And good battle all the way through. Jeremy Figueroa, the 100, right there with him. Less than a second separating them at the finish, it looks like. And Figueroa is going to be fourth. And rounding out the top five, going to be the rider on the number 11. That's the KTM ride of Madison Casimir rounding out the top five. So working through the race order here at Winchester Speedpark, 4th of July race weekend here. We hope everyone having a good time. And again, we've got all kinds of fun stuff going on this weekend. So we have got plenty to do still. Ideally, Mother Nature going to cooperate just a little bit more, and I believe it's supposed to clear out a little bit later on in the day. So riders in the open A and B next off the gate here. Open C riders should be in the staging area, and 85 A and B riders should be in pre-staging. Winchester Motorsports is located on scenic Route 10 just south of Keene, New Hampshire, right on the grounds for Winchester Speedpark. We've got the full line of Fox Racing casual gear, as well as the 2015 Fox Racing collection. Gloves, helmets, goggles, you name it. We have the 6D helmet collection as well. We're also providing sales of brand new KTM motorcycles, of course, service for all major brands, but the best prices you're going to get on those brand new KTMs anywhere. And of course, here at Winchester Motorsports, it's always tax-free. So just a minute while we have the rest of the 50cc riders finishing out their laps out there. So working through the laps here, letting the rest of our 50cc 4-6 riders finish out their moto. As I said, got to say hats off to all these 50cc riders. This is not an easy day to be out there on those little small wheels. we'll have riders in the open A and B firing off the start gate next. And looks like everybody fired up down on the gate for the open A and B. We'll get ready to go racing here. And I don't know what the heck just happened there. It looked like the 756. A little hang up there. A couple riders got tangled up coming into that first turn. And I thought somebody was going to go straight through the turn. So it looked like that rider might have had his hand stuck up in between the brake lever and the throttle and just could not back off the gas as he came in hot to that turn, and there was just about no stopping. The 213 Carter DePonte getting a little love pulling off the track there. Carter knows exactly how to work it. All right, leader's coming down the left-hand side here. It looks like it's going to be the 61. I believe that is Pat DeLowry, the Bubba's Motorsports KTM rider, taking the top spot. So DeLowry out from the lead, the alias ride of John Ober into the second spot. On the number 4 up into third. That is Jason Boron. Joe Stewart, the 533, rounds out the top, in fourth. Rounding out the top 5, the TDO Racing Cliff Cycle Loud Fuels ride of Brandon Miller. Pat Carino, the 625, in 6th. Looks like Rick Dupre, 7, Nick Hansen, 8th, Brandon Lemaire, the 756, in 9th, and Evan Soteropoulos on the 792 rounds out the top 10. And that was Lemaire, who almost went for a ride there at the beginning. Had his hand stuck in between the lever and the throttle and could not back, or he just couldn't get the gas shut off. So DeLowry and Ober 1 and 2 up the inside rhythm section. There's Jason Boron through the high line in the off camber running in the third spot. Looks like Joe Stewart, Brandon Miller battling over that 4th position now. We'll see if Stewart can hang on to it. But he's got pressure from the OCD FMF TDL Racing ride of Miller. And it looks like Miller is going to be on the outside trying to make the pass here. Stewart's going to close down the line on the inside. What? So there is DeLowry to the high line in the off-camber section of the horseshoe turn. He's going to make it through that no problem into the triple right before the finish, and another lap in the books for the 61 Bubba's Motorsports KTM ride. Ober hanging on to second, but going to start to feel the pressure from the number 4 Boron, as Jason Boron closing up the gap on second place. Miller has made the move into 4th now. And down the right-hand side, looks like Jason Boron going to make the pass on Ober to take that spot away. So the number 4 will take over the second spot. And DeLowry making his way through the inside. He's going to come to the high line through the off-camber, getting it done out front on the 61 Bubba's Motorsports KTM ride. And there you see Boron coming into that off-camber turn. Ober in third. And Miller in fourth. Miller starting to close up the gap on Ober now, so there could be a battle for third here as a steady rain continues to fall here at Winchester. Folks, get that goggle game set up on point. Already heard a couple riders talking about how we're not ready for the conditions. Took them out of the battle for the lead. So make sure you get that goggle game set up on point, whether you're using tear-offs or roll-offs or whatever system you're using. Keep the vision clear. And there is DeLowry coming down the left-hand side. Out front, solid lead for the 61 KTM. And that is going to bring out the 2-lap board. So DeLowry 2 to go here to grab the win. And Miller able to make the pass on over to take the third spot away. So now the TDL Racing Cliff Cycle Loud Fuels One Industries OCD FMF rider up into a podium spot. So it's Pat DeLowry, Jason Boron, Brandon Miller top 3. John Ober in the 4th spot. Joe Stewart rounding out the top 5. You got Rick Dupre 6th. Nick Hansen on the 88 making his way through in the 7th spot. It's like the 112 of Tyler Moore going to make the move up into 8th. Prospect Designs, Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride now into the top 10. 756, Brandon Lemaire in 9th. That's going to put the 625 of Carino in the 10th spot, I believe. And no, that's going to be Soteropoulos taking over 10th. And now Joe Stewart coming up the inside line on the 901 of Ober, trying to take that spot away. And Stewart going to make the pass, so that's going to put the 533 up into 4th. We are down to 1 to go as DeLowry makes his way up and over the finish line jump, so no problems out front for the rider on the Fox Racing Bubba's Motorsports KTM. This would be the exact time to cue something to go wrong with Pat now that I've said nothing going wrong. That's the announcer's curse, as we call it. Second place ride, there's the number 4 of Boron. So the Boron Brothers Construction ride continues to hang on a second. TDL Racing, Cliff Cycle Loud Fuels, One Industries OCD FMF ride. And that is Brandon Miller in 3rd. There's Stewart 4th. And Ober rounding out the top 5. He's got the 633 of Rick Dupre going to be putting pressure on him, though. So Ober may fall out of that top 5 finish. And picking up your leader down the left-hand side here, there's the 61 of Lowry. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the Open AB for the 61. Fox Racing, Bubba's Motorsports KTM rider, Pat DeLowry. On the number 4, Kawasaki, the Boron Brothers Racing ride of Jason Boron will hang on a second. And it is going to be the rider on the TDL Racing, Cliff Cycle, Loud Fuels, One Industries, OCD Graphics, FMF KTM, Brandon Miller will hang on to third. Joe Stewart's going to get fourth on the 533 Stu Crew ride, and it's going to be Rick Dupre on the 633 rounding out the top 5. And we've got Open C riders heading off the gate next. All right, count them down the line as we get ready to go with race number 20 in the order, the Open C. 85 AB riders next off the gate. 85 C riders should be in the staging area. 30 A and B down to pre-staging. And here we go. And that's going to be the 446. Looks like Paul Bakken grew up in the whole shot. Bakken with the whole shot, but he looks like he's going to give it up as another rider taking the top spot, heading down the right-hand side. Trying to get a look at the numbers on the front of these bikes. Unfortunately, cannot spot who that is out front. So leader coming down the left-hand side into the horseshoe turn section. So the rider on the 570 KTM out front with the lead, that is Cody Stoddard. Stoddard with a big gap on the field. He's got a fan out there. So Stoddard is gone early on here. We've got a big tangle up behind him. 93, Jordan Magor in second. Ralph Fisher on the 121 in third. Dan Disick in fourth. Paul Bakken, the 446, rounds out the top 5. Jason White in sixth. Tanner Harron in seventh. It's the 121 of Alex Adams in 8th. Rich Saunders 9th on the 84 Honda. And rounding out the top 10 is going to be the 418 Factory Connection ride of Sierra Bernard. And Cody Stoddard, 17-second gap, first time over the finish line. He's just got to ride smart in this one and just try to keep himself on two wheels. Definitely a challenging day to try to do that as the rain continues to fall here. Things getting a little bit slick. As I said, it hasn't really been a big accumulation of rain. It's mostly just been this drizzly stuff all day long, but it is starting to kind of add up out there. So some sections getting a little bit slick. And Stoddard getting offline there, as you see right before the tabletop. That's the kind of stuff that can happen here. Started to get a little cross-rutted. As I say, definitely challenging conditions to be out there on the track. Not at all challenging up here in the announcer's booth. I will tell you right now, it's dry up here. I have no mud in the booth at all. But there is your leader on the 570. Stoddard, a little trouble again, coming through some of those outside lines. Looked like he had to downshift to try to get a little more drive out of the bike. We are down to 2 to go. We have got the 121, Ralph Fisher making the move to second. McGore going to drop back to third. Jason White's now fourth. And Alex Adams rounding out the top 5 as the 99 Suzuki. That is Austin Brooks. Looks like Brooks having a little trouble there after the finish, but he's going to be back up and moving himself out of the way there. This might be Brooks' first time racing with us. Not sure. I haven't seen him here before on the 99, so definitely not an easy day to get out here. That does look like a brandy new bike. Got Makita graphics on that Suzuki. So you picked a tough day to start racing, but have some fun with it anyway. Welcome to Motocross, Austin. So Cody started the 570. He's still trying to hold down the top spot. Ralph Fisher in the second position on the 121. And we are down to 1 to go as Stoddard makes his way up and over the finish line jump, and the goggles are off on the 570. And Stoddard still maintaining a big gap on the field. He's just got to keep it on 2 wheels here on the final lap. So the 570 Stoddard making his way down that center rhythm section through the off-camber turn, and he'll come up and over the Loctite launch on the final lap here. And doing exactly what he needed to do, getting himself out early on. And he has had no pressure this moto. Smart ride there for the 570 KTM. And there you see the 802 of Ryan Steger doing the streamer run back behind his goggles there. A little 4th of July celebration. Not really. That's a roll-off system that's gone horribly badly. And looked like Stoddard stalls the bike in the back corner, but he's back underway. So there's the 570. Stoddard, he did stall the bike back in the S-turn section, but he has plenty of room, so was able to fire it back over, and he still maintains the lead down to the horseshoe turn here. And that is the race win for the rider on the 570. Cody Stoddard takes the win. So solid run. Cody Stoddard going to grab the win here in the Open C. And it looks like the 93 Magora going to get the second spot as Ralph Fisher, the 121, going to drop the bike coming out of the horseshoe turn. Alex Adams will move up. Sorry, that was Adams that dropped the bike. So Fisher hangs on a second, Magora third, Adams across the line fourth. The mud races are definitely a challenging day. Ron DePaula on the 365 will round out the top 5. And that'll do it here for the Open C. Solid run for the 570. Cody Stoddard getting it done out front. And we've got the 85 A and B riders next off the start gate. 85 C riders, you should be in staging. 30 A and B riders down to pre-staging. All right, 85 A and B riders lined up on the start gate. We're going to count them down the line. 30 board goes up. And looks like 726, Ty Lepasier. Great jump off the gate on the D. Connor Construction Sandbox Kings ride. So down the right-hand side they go here in the 85 AB. And it looks like the 41 Suzuki ride. Cameron Duvall going to take over the top spot as they go along the tree line section on the far side of the track. So Duvall with the lead. Looks like Sam St. Laurent, the Manchester Honda, Steve Balboni Factory Connection ride, making a move to second. Central Mass Power Sports, Life-Proof Crow Hill MX ride of Gattani up into third, it looks like. And looks like the 41, Duvall having some problems on the inside of that sweeper on the right-hand side, and he is going to go down and give up the lead. So it looks like Sam St. Laurent, the 127, going to take over the top spot coming out of the S-turn section. So Saint Laurent uses the high line off camber turn there in the horseshoe turn section. So there is the 127 Manchester Sports Center KTM ride. Sam Saint Laurent with the lead. Cameron Default in second, 726. That is the KTM. Tyler Basir in third. Jack Zarcy fourth. Tyler Blowers rounds out the top five on the 17X. Busheri in sixth. Nick Niles seventh. Jason Rose, the 726 KTM in eighth. Moving into the ninth spot, going to be the rider on the number 2, the Central Mass Power Sports ride of Kyle Gattani. And rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1, the 143 of Joshua Otononi. So Otononi rounds out the top 10 there on the 143. We're working through laps 85 A and B, 7 to 15 riders out on the track. Sam Saint Laurent, the 127, coming along that tree line section on the far side of the track. He's going to make that short right-hander and then head back up the center rhythm section. Cameron Dufall had the lead early on, little miscue in that sweeping right-hander across the center of the track, and he gave up the top spot. We'll see if he can chase him back down and get around Saint Laurent. Here is the battle for the lead coming down the left-hand side. The 41, Cameron Default shows a wheel to the 127 of Sam Saint Laurent. They're going to switch up lines in the horseshoe turn. And Saint Laurent going to hold the advantage as they come to the finish line section. Oh, and Default offline coming through there. He just about went down in the finish line turn. So Cameron Dufall working hard, trying to get that spot. So Sam Saint Laurent, Cameron Dufall, Ty Lepasir, Jack Zarcy, and Tyler Blower is still top 5 here in the 85 AB. So tough break there, the 41, Cameron Dufall going down right after the finish. I know he has been working that bike hard. So Dufall trying to make something happen there. He's going to go down, and that is going to give a big gap to Sam St. Laurent with 2 to go. So you saw St. Laurent coming up that center rhythm section. There's the 41 Dufall coming up, and again, big gap here as they had a good battle going on towards the front of the pack, but a little miscue for the 41 Suzuki. And St. Laurent up and over the Loctite launch. So Sam St. Laurent out in the back left corner here. 2 laps to go in the 85 AB. Cameron Dufall hanging on to the second spot. 7:26. Ty Lepisier has been running in third all moto long. Still hanging on to that spot. And a pretty comfortable gap. Zarsi in fourth. Tyler Blowers rounds out the top 5. So down to 1 to go here for the 127 KTM ride of Sam St. Laurent. Solid run out front for the rider on the Manchester Honda Steve Balboni Factory Connection Thunderbolt MX ride. 41 Cameron Dufall. Again, he is working that 41 Suzuki hard. And might just be time to say goodbye to the Supermini. 7:26, that is Ty Lepisier still hanging on to that third spot, but the 7:18 Jack Zarsi, he is right with him. Zarsi has closed up the gap significantly. He's well within striking distance here on the final lap. And the 17 Blowers is going to give up that 5th place spot, it looks like, as the 551 Nick Niles takes over the 5th place position. You see St. Laurent kind of tiptoeing up that center rhythm section, trying to get out of that outside there. Again, he has got a solid gap as now we see the 41 Dufall making the turn to head up that section. So final lap here in the 85 AB. 85 C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 30 plus A and B should be in staging. 30 plus novice riders down to pre-staging. So there is St. Laurent one more time over the Riverside Drive tabletop. And that is going to bring out the checkered flag. So the race in here in the 85 AB, motor number 1. Going to go to the rider on the 127, the Manchester Honda Steve Balboni Factory Connection Thunderbolt MX ride. That is Sam St. Laurent with the moto win. On the 41 Suzuki coming through to hang on to the second spot. A very hard fought second place indeed for the 41 of Cameron Dufall. And the 726. Lepus here going to hang on to that third spot, and we're going to get ready to go racing here with the 85C. And the gate is down. And that one looked to be the 916. That is Jake Lincourt grabbing the whole shot. So Lincourt, rider out of East Providence, Rhode Island, coming on down here. Grabbing the whole shot here in the 85C 7-15. Riders all the way on the far side of the track, the tree line section at the very opposite end of the Winchester course. So lead us through the off-camber turn section. Looks like 77 Seamus Sullivan up into the third spot, starting to move forward. And out of that S-turn section, coming down the Riverside Drive tabletop, looks like it is going to be the 77 of Sullivan taking over the top spot. So out front, up and over the finish line jump on the 77 Honda. That is Seamus Sullivan with the lead. 465, Devin O'Leary up into the second spot on the Husqvarna. With a 916 Honda ride, Kawasaki ride of Jake Lincourt. Grabbing third right now. I have lost the ability to think and speak. Matt Hanisch, the MC Racing rider, in fourth. Jason Vigor rounds out the top five. Chris Boucher on the 51 in sixth. Running in seventh here on lap one, it is going to be the rider on the 638. That's Nick Dabrowski. Across the line in eighth, looks like it's going to be the 705 of Sam Goad. Josh Siegel, the 21 ninth, and Logan Tristani on the number 9. Walsh Builders, Connie Ambulance, Village Ambulance, Ozzy Steak and Eggs ride rounds out the top 10 on lap one. So a light, steady rain continues to fall here. Looks like no problems for the 77 Seamus Sullivan coming up that center rhythm section. He's got a good run going out front. Devin O'Leary, Jake Lincourt running, it looks like second and third still. So this is, again, the 85 C7-15 riders on the track. 30 plus A and B next off the gate. Riders in the 30 plus novice should be in the staging area. And first moto of the second half, 50cc open down to pre-staging. And there is Sullivan down the left-hand side into the horseshoe turn section. So 2 to go here in the 85C. Seamus Sullivan still with lead, 465 of O'Leary in second. And there is the 916. So Jake Lincor closing up the gap. Running in third right now, closing up on second place. 383, Jason Vigor going to move up into fourth. And there is the MC Racing Honda ride, Matt Hanisch rounding out the top 5. So definitely a challenging day here at Winchester, as again, the light rain's been falling all day long, starting to really soak up the water now on the track, and some of these sections, really deep ruts getting into here, and these lines are going to form, and it's going to be very, very difficult for some of these riders on the smaller bikes. So hats off here on the minis to all these riders getting it done, and we got 50cc riders that are going to be coming out. So definitely not an easy task, as a difficult day here at Winchester for the 4th of July weekend. But that is why we buy those power washers, folks. It's not always going to be good weather. And it looks like a leader heading off to the back left corner. O'Leary and Lincor still battling over that second spot. Sullivan going to come out of the S-turns and head down the left-hand side. So 1 to go here in the 85 C class. And the battle between Lincor and your second place ride of O'Leary really heating up. Lincor's got the inside coming out of the finish turn, but he is going to go back out to the outside. And the 465 O'Leary is going to hold the spot right now. And all the way down the far right-hand side again, Lincor going to try and make a run up the inside on O'Leary. Well, he cannot get the track position. He's got the inside now at the end of that straightaway, though. And Lincor makes the pass. And it looked like Devin O'Leary went a little bit wide at the end of that tree line straightaway, all the way on the far side of the track. And Jake Lincor was able to cut that line a little bit tighter. So he's going to make the pass into second here. We'll see if O'Leary can answer back on the final lap. So the battle for second place is going to head off into that back left corner. We're going to pick up your leader coming down the left side on the 77 Honda. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win here in the 85. See the rider on the 77 Honda. That is Seamus Sullivan with the win. And the 916, Jake Lincor. Making that pass on the final lap. He's going to make it stick to hang on a second. O'Leary will finish it up in third on the 465 Husqvarna ride. +30 A and B getting set to leave the gate next. +30 novice riders should be in staging. Riders in the 50 open, first moto of the second half. You should be in pre-staging. At 383, Jason Vigor across the line to hang on a fourth. And it's going to be the MC Racing Honda ride. Matt Hanisch across the line to round out the top five. And Dabrowski will get sixth. The 51 of Chris Boucher seventh. And looks like Nick DeRoma going to have a little trouble right before the finish. He's going to have to remount and grab that one for eighth. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Dabrowski who went down, not the 603. So DeRoma does get sixth, Boucher seventh, and Dabrowski eighth. Sam Goad across the line in ninth, and Logan Tristani rounds out the top 10. We've got the riders in the +30 A and B next off the gate. All right, looks like we're about set to go here with +30 A and B. Looked like Jason Boron holding the inside line to grab the whole shot there for the A gate drop. Oh, rider going down, going into turn two. Couple of guys going down coming into that turn two section here. We're going to back off and go with the B gate drop here for the +30. And the 455, Walt Miller grabs the whole shot for the B-class gate drop. And there is the leaders in the A coming up and over the Loctite launch. And it looks like Boron maintaining the top spot. I believe that's Kenny Germain up into the second position on the 71. Well, there's Boron coming out of the S-turn section. He's got the early lead and looks like he is going to make the most of it. So Jason Boron on the Boron Brothers Construction ride out front with the early lead in the +30 A. On the 901, that is John Ober up into the second spot. 71, Kenny G's performance tuning ride of Kenny Germain running in third, 255 of Gary Barker fourth. Rounding out the top five are going to be the 77 TJ Henderson, Eric Steger in sixth on the 801. It is Heath Frazier seventh, Rich Frank, the lucky number 13, running in eighth. And Scott McPhail, the number 3 Suzuki, rounding out the field in ninth, it looks like. And leaders in the B class making their way to the triple section right before the finish. Is going to be the rider on the 241. Aaron Brodeur out front with the lead, 288 of Eric Aruda in the second spot. Walt Miller down to third. Jamie Hunkler on the 171. Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing ride runs in fourth. Rounding out the top five here in the B class on lap one, it's going to be the 47 of Dan Lang. Running in sixth on the 23 is Brent Lacoste. Anado Lopez seventh on the 991. Running in the eighth spot, it is going to be the rider on the number 30. That is JD Jr. Mark Erickson ninth, and Ron Lacoste. The Paul's Towing and Auto Bell Epic ASV Scott Motorsports ride rounds out the top 10. So picking up your leader coming through the finish line section there is the number 4 Boron. And again, the 901 Ober maintains that second position. So no change in the front of the pack here. Jason Boron, John Ober, Eric Steger, Kenny Germain, Gary Barker at the top five in the 38. Aaron Brodeur, Jamie Hunkler now 1 and 2 in the B class. So Hunkler going to make a couple of moves up. Eric Aruda in third. Walt Miller, the 455, continues in fourth. And it looks like the 47 of Lang still rounding out the top five for the B class. So 30-plus A and B riders out on the track right now. 30C next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc Open, first moto of the second half. You should be down in the staging area right now. 250 A and B riders down to pre-staging. So working down with a 2-lap board out, it is still Boron, Ober, Jermaine, top 3 in the 30A. And Eric Steger having a little trouble going off the inside of that horseshoe turn section there. So Heath Frazier moves to 4th, Rich Frank rounding out the top 5. That was the 241 of Aaron Brodeur coming through the horseshoe turn section, still running out front. In the 30-plus B, Jamie Hunkler, the 171 in the 2nd spot. Looks like it's still Eric Aruda, Walt Miller, 3rd and 4th. Aruda under pressure from the 455 of Miller. There is the Boron construction ride of Jason Boron, making his way through. Solid run out front in the 30A as he continues to lead with 1 to go. So this one very quickly turning into a race of attrition here as the weather's starting to affect the track conditions here for some of these riders. And again, the vision is key here on the final lap. You can see a lot of riders going around without the goggles on. And that is definitely not the situation you want to be in. So Jason Boron, John Ober, Rich Frank, the top 3 here in the 30A. Kenny Jermaine, Heath Frazier, 4th and 5th. And it's Aaron Brodeur, Jimmy Hunkler, Eric Aruda, Walt Miller, and Brent Lacoste, top 5 in the 30B. Final time around. And that is the checkered flag. So the race win does go to Jason Boron, the Boron Brothers construction ride on the number 4 Kawasaki ride. On the 901, alias backed Honda ride. That's going to be John Ober across the line 2nd. Looking to see if the 13 Rich Frank can hang on to that 3rd spot there for the 30A. Looks like he is gonna. We're gonna get ready to go here with the 30C class. Look at the 181. Travis Chamberlain blasted through the center section to grab the whole shot. Oh, riders tangling up on the exit out of turn 3. You can see a big pile up of riders there. So it looks like the 181, Travis Chamberlain holding the top spot, 408. Jeff Jacobs into second to 414. Scott McRae into third as they come into that center rhythm section. And we got a challenge for the lead already here. So down the left-hand side, looks like it is going to be a new leader. And it does look like that is the 414 of McRae taking over the top spot. So Scott McRae, the 414 Kawasaki, takes the top spot away from the 181 of Travis Chamberlain. 813, that is Bernard Jones now up into third. The 408 of Jacobs now fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it's Mike Braga on the 78 Honda. At the 175, Eric Chevalier is going to take 5th away, so Braga docks to 6th, Greg Smith 7th. Brian Jones on the 420 Honda running in 8th. Kyle Lucchese in 9th, and it's going to be Diego Matiola rounding out the top 10 on the 121. And it looks like McRae starting to stretch it out a little bit early here. There's the 181 of Chamberlain up the center rhythm section, hanging on a second. Bernard Jones, the 813, coming to the off-camber turn. He's going to use the outside line as well. Jacobs now hanging on a 4th, but he's going to have a whole bunch of company. So your leader coming out of the S-turn section down the left-hand side. 414 Kawasaki of Scott McRae out front with the lead here in the 30-plus novice. Oh, and McRae goes down right after the finish. A little too much throttle coming out of that turn. He is going to give the lead up to the 813 to Bernard Jones. And he still does not have the bike fired over. He started now, but he's going to be way back off of Jones. And 175 KTM of Chevalier continues in third, but just like that, McRae gets a little bit buck wild coming out of that rut after the finish and puts himself on the ground. And Bernard Jones takes the top spot away. So Bernard Jones, the recipient of a little bit of a gift there, as McRae, just a mistake after the finish, took him out of the lead. He is maintaining second right now, but he does still have Eric Chevalier, the 175 KTM, to deal with. As your leader now making his way up into that big sweeping right-hander across the center of the track. And Jones almost drops the bike coming through there, so definitely getting very tricky out there. Oh, and Jones goes off the track in the S-turn section. Gotta smooth this one out here. He almost put himself on the ground going over the berm. And your leader through the horseshoe turn section, final time through. And that's going to be the checkered flag coming out here. Well, apparently we had 2 to go. I miscounted there, so I thought we had the 1 lap board out before. So these guys got to go down again here, so that is good news. If the other rider on the 414, McRae's going to have another shot to get that lead back. So again, my mistake on the lap count there. I thought we were already on the final lap, but we've got one more time around. So Scott McRae is charging hard on that back tree line section. He's right on the back tire now of the leader. So Bernard Jones trying to hang on to the lead here, but he has got the 414 closing on him as they go to the off-camber turn section right in the very center of the track. Both riders use the outside line. And McRae switches it up through the sweeping right-hander. He's going to try to get to the inside, come into that back section. McRae goes to the inside in the S-turn section, tries to get a wheel in on the leader, but can't make the pass, and they are going to battle it down the left-hand side. And here we go again. The 414 uses the inside line. Can he make the pass stick? No, he goes down. McRae tries the high line in that horseshoe turn section, and he is going to go down. And that is going to hand the win over to the rider on the 813 Honda. So Bernard Jones hangs on for the win, had to withstand the pressure there, and he earned that one. There's the 414. Scott McRae is going to hang on to the second spot. And Diego Matiola charging on the final lap, picking up 2 more spots to put himself into third. Chevalier, the 175, fourth, and it's going to be Kyle Lucchese, the 373, rounding out the top 5. All right, 50cc Open, first motor with the second half, getting set to fire down the line. And that's going to be the 24 Cobra ride of Owen Koval with the whole shot here for the 50 Open. And some riders tangling up there at the start, so we've got a couple riders down. Your leader's all the way to the far side of the track now. So set 24 of Koval with the early lead. I believe that's the 928 of Mason Nettleton in the second spot. Cody Beckwith, the Item and Sales CD Davenport Trucking rider, in third. And we're looking for your leader to make his way out of the S-turn section and come on down the left-hand side. There's the 24 Koval. So there is your leader on the 24 Cobra ride. That's Owen Koval out front with the early lead. Looks like it is the 928 of Nettleton into the second spot. So Mason Nettleton, solid run up into second early on. The number 2 of Cody Beckwith, the Item and Sales rider, into third. Looks like it's going to be the 919, Liam Corman, running in the fourth spot here. Rounding out the top 5, looks like it's going to be the rider on the 43. That's Eric Franklin. The 129, that is Justin Malgren running in 6th. The 113 of Merrill Cox running in 7th. Ginger Osgood, the 22 K-Ray Graphics Cobra in 8th. Jaden Doyen 9th. And Eddie Barbosa, the 131, rounds out the top 10 on lap 1. So top 5 riders working through the center rhythm section. It is still Coble, Nettleton, Beckwith, Corman, and Franklin. We are open for sign up for tomorrow's racing. If you haven't had a chance to get down there and take care of it already, we are going to be open for sign up for tomorrow's racing through the rest of the afternoon today. We will not be doing sign up this evening as we have a lot of other stuff going on. So once again, if you're looking to sign up for tomorrow's racing, get that taken care of now. You can head down to the registration building and do that. And that is your leader coming through the triple section. Checkered flag, race win here in the 50 Open on the 24 Cobra, the shift racing ride of Owen Coble with the win. And the 928, Nettleton went down right before the finish, almost gave away that second place, but able to get himself back on the bike and jam it across the line before Cody Beckwith could catch him. So Beckwith will have to settle for third on the C.D. Davenport trucking ride. Beckwith will get third. It'll be the 43 of Eric Franklin making a pass to move into fourth on the final lap. Liam Corman, the 919, will round out the top 5. And we got 250 A and B riders next off the gate. 250 C riders should be in the staging area. 65 A and B down to pre-staging. And counting them down the lines, we get set to go racing now with 250 A and B. And looks like we got a rider with a hand up on the line down there. We had a rider with a hand up on the line. Looks like everybody all set to go. So here we go, the A gate drop. On the 533, Joe Stewart with the whole shot for the 250A. And here we go with the B gate drop. And that is going to be the 102. Matthew Anderson, Honda rider out of Millbury, Mass, grabbing the whole shot. And back up the center rhythm section in the A class. Stewart getting the pressure now as DeLowry is going to take over the top spot, and it looks like Dylan Malo trying to get into that second position. So DeLowry out of the S-turn section and coming down the left-hand side of the track, out front now on the 250A. So Pat DeLowry on the number 61. That's the Fox Racing Bubba's Motorsports KTM ride out front with the lead. 641, Dylan Malo, the One Industries rider, in the second spot. 533, Stu Crew ride of Joe Stewart running in third. On the 138, Chris Gates, the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki ride in fourth. Pat Carino, the 625, rounds out the top five. Out front with lead in the 250B, coming through the finish line turn, TDL Racing, Cliff Cycle, Loud Fuels, One Industries OCD Graphics, FMF KTM of Brandon Miller. The 202 in the second spot is Alex Gillespie. Jeremy Wallstrom on the 223 running in third. Cody Baker, the 111 fourth. Kim McGraw rounds out the top five on the 833. And you got Kyle Bilodeau sixth, Gage Sherman seventh, Will Agnew eighth, James Hebert ninth. And Matt Anderson on the 102 rounds out the top 10 here. And DeLowry making his way up the center rhythm section, running out front here in the A class. So you see Malo coming to the inside through that off-camber section, running in second. Stewart on the 533 making his way through in third. And look at 223 of Wallstrom having some problems in the off-camber turn there. He may have given up a couple of spots. So it's still DeLowry and Malo, 1 and 2 in the A. Stewart coming through in third as he comes through that triple section. And picking up Brandon Miller coming to the triple section right before the finish. That's the leader in the B class. And there's the 202. So Gillespie maintains second place in the B. And again, Wallstrom going to lose some ground there to the top two riders, as he's going to hang on to third, but he is way off the pace out front now. So 250 A and B riders out on the track here. This is race number 2 in the second half. 250 C next off the gate. 65 A and B, you should be in the staging area. 65 C riders should be in pre-staging. Once again, we want to welcome everybody to the 4th of July weekend here at Winchester. It's a little bit more moist than we were hoping for at this point in time, but again, a good day on the track, because the track in pretty good shape, actually. The little bit of moisture we've had overhead all day long has kept things in tip-top shape. A little bit slippery here and there, but so far so good. The rider's able to deal with this. And picking up the battle there now as Jeremy Wallstrom trying to hold off the 111 of Cody Baker. 223 Wallstrom had a little bit of trouble in that off-camber section there, and that put Baker right on the back tire. So we have got 2 to go here in the 250A and B. Pat DeLowry, Dylan Malo, Joe Stewart, top 3 in the 250A. Brandon Miller, Alex Gillespie, Jeremy Wallstrom, top 3 in the 250B. But Wallstrom was under pressure from the 111 of Cody Baker. So we'll see if Wallstrom can hang on to it. Going to pick up that battle as they go right out through the center. So here is your leader on the 61. This is the Bubba's Motorsports ride. Pat DeLowry, he's going to grab the 1 lap board. So one more time around here. And he has got a pretty solid gap. Malo coming through the triple section right before the finish, maintaining that second spot. And there is a 380. That is your leader in the B class, the TDL Racing ride of Brandon Miller. So Miller making his way through the horseshoe turn section. 202 of Gillespie still in second there for the B class. And the battle continues. Wallstrom trying to push himself forward again. So there's the 223 coming to the finish line turn. He's closed the gap again on Gillespie. So Wallstrom made it kind of hard on himself. He was up towards the front of the pack and ended up going down. Climbed his way back up towards the front again. He's got one more time around to see if he can get himself around Gillespie to back into that second spot. All right, so your leader making his way down the left-hand side here on the final lap. We're going to pick up DeLowry down into the horseshoe turn section. And just tiptoeing through the inside line there. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here for the rider on the Fox Racing Bubba's Motorsports KTM as Pat DeLowry takes the win. So solid run for the rider on the 61. 641, Dylan Malo making his way through the horseshoe turn section. He's going to hang on to that second spot in the A. The 533 of Stewart looks to be locked up for that third position in the A class on the Stu Crew Suzuki ride. A race win in the B class, the TDL Racing Cliff Cycle Loud Fuels, One Industries OCD FMF rider, Brandon Miller. And we're going to get ready to go here with the 250C riders. And looks like the 223 of Wallstrom just going to close up on Gillespie, but Gillespie's going to hang on a second there. And there was .023 separating them at the finish line. So Wallstrom leaving it all on the track there, but it did not work out for him in that one. So he'll have to settle for third. And the 202 of Gillespie will hang on a second. We're going to get ready to go now with the 250C. And folks, we have a rider looking for a little bit of help out there with a part. If you have a water pump cover for a 2013 CRF 450, go see John Ober, rider number 901, or come up to the booth up here and let me know. So once again, water pump cover for a 2013 CRF 450. If you can help John Ober out with that, let him know. .717, Cooper Bouchard with the whole shot here for the 250C. And Bouchard trying to hang on to it on the outside line, heading down the right-hand side. He's going to lead him down the right-hand side. All right, looks like the 717 Bouchard holding down the top spot. Looks to be the 143 of Donahue trying to charge towards the front of the pack there. And the 114 Kawasaki up in the mix as well. So Steve Stefanik trying to move towards the front of the pack early on. He had a good run in Moto 1. And there's your leader coming down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. So heading through the triple section right before the finish. 2-lap board is out. 717. Cooper Bouchard holds down the top spot. TNT Repairs factory connection ride of TJ Donahue in second. On the 23, it is Cole Gallagher up into third. Steve Stefanik fourth. Jerry Bolduck, the 99, rounds out the top five. Angelo Felino in sixth. Richard Ellis in seventh on the 325 Kawasaki. Brandon Gallagher in eighth on the number 30. Running ninth, it's Sam Robinson, the number 90. And rounding out the top 10 on lap one. On the 270 IMS suspension ride, it's Kyle Luco. All right, through the center off-camber section, Bouchard, the 717, back end stepping out just a little bit, but he's going to maintain the top spot. Donahue still right there with him. So TJ Donahue trying to see if he can find a spot to make something happen. Up and over the Loctite launch. And here we go. This is where Bouchard's going to go to the outside. Donahue tries to set up the inside, but does not get the drive out of the turn. And neither rider able to launch the full extension on that tabletop jump here in this kind of slippery conditions we have going on. And into the S-turn section, chess game going on. Donahue goes inside, outside. Bouchard continues to hold the top spot, though, as he just powers right through the center of that section. And again, Donahue high to the inside, but cannot make it happen. He's going to sweep the outside right before the finish, side by side into the triple section. A little different rhythm there. And we have got one to go. TJ Donahue on the inside. And he's going to make the pass. Right after the inside line there, after the finish, Donahue sticks that bike into the inside and just hammers the throttle. You see Bouchard, a little loss of traction coming out of the turn. TJ Donahue, the TNT Repairs factory connection rider, takes over the top spot on the final lap here. Bouchard in second, Gallagher third, Bolduc fourth, and Angelo Foligno rounding out the top five. And Bouchard now going to have to watch it. The 23 of Gallagher already trying to put a move on him early on here. So there's TJ Donahue, the 143 TNT Repairs rider, making his way up the center rhythm section. And going along the outside, Cole Gallagher makes a pass into second. That's going to put Bouchard down to third. And he has got to regroup because Jerry Bolduc and Angelo Foligno not far off the back tire, looking to make something happen. So TJ Donahue, final time out of the S-turn section. We'll watch him come down the Riverside Drive tabletop. And final time through the triple section right before the finish. Checkered flag for the race win here. In the 250C goes to the TNT Repairs Factory Connection Yamaha ride of TJ Donahue. Solid run for second place there on the 23 is Cole Gallagher. 717, Cooper Bouchard going to hang on to that third spot after running an early lead. The 198 of Foligno will finish it up in fourth. And rounding out the top five be the 90 KTM of Robertson. And we got 65 A and B riders next off the gate. And here we go. Right up the inside line, grabbing the whole shot, the 24 KTM of Owen Koval. So Koval leading him down the right-hand side. And here's the leader coming back up the center rhythm section. Koval up the center rhythm section. Looks like he's hanging on to the top spot, and the 800 column pounds now moving to second. So there is the 24 KTM rider, Owen Koval, coming through with the lead here in the 65 AB. Shift Racing KTM rider. On the 800, Colin Pouch in the second spot. Running in third, it is going to be the rider on the alias pack number 97. That is Hunter Loomis. The 526. Taylor Beckwith, the MotoFit CD Davenport trucking rider, coming through in the fourth spot. And it's going to be the number 9 rounding out the top 5, the 100% Dunlop, North Services, Walsh Builders, Ozzy staking in Thunderbolt ride of Logan Tristani. Jacques Nerona in 6th. And the 67 Valley Motorsports ride of Braden Martin running in the 7th spot. So looking at Koval all the way along the back tree line section. So there is Owen Koval coming up the center rhythm section out front, leading here in the 65 AB. Race number 4 here in the second half. 65 C riders next off the start gate. Riders in the 40 plus A and B should be in the staging area. And youth C riders down to pre-staging. So look up at the 24. Koval will make his way down the left-hand side here. And there is your leader up and over the Riverside Drive tabletop. Second place ride, Colin Pouch making his way through. And looks like things starting to battle up and tighten up in the battle for third here. 23. Sorry, the 97 Hunter Loomis trying to hold off Beckwith. Oh, and Loomis coming up short, coming into that section right before the finish. And Beckwith going to close right up on him here. So good battle going on there for that third place spot. Hunter Loomis, Taylor Beckwith going at it. And it looks like Beckwith going to get him coming out of turn 2. So the 526 MotoFit CD Davenport trucking ride makes the move around. Hunter Loomis to take over the third spot. So that is your leader coming out of the S-turn section. The 24 Koval, one more trip down the Riverside Drive. And we're going to have the checkered flag coming out here, the race win for the 24 KTM of Owen Koval. So Koval takes the win. And looks like it's going to be the 800 Colin Pound hanging on to the second spot. And it's going to be the MotoFit CD Davenport trucking ride of Taylor Beckwith coming through the horseshoe turn section to grab that third position. And we're going to get ready to go now with the C-class riders here in the 65s. So 65C getting set to fire off the gate. And looks like that's going to be the 318 Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus Ride at Carter Crosby grabbing the whole shot. Oh, and riders going down in the turn there. Looks like a couple folks getting tangled up. Everybody going to get up and away. Challenge for the lead early on here. And I believe that is the 137 of Cooper Allen making a move towards the front of the pack. Not sure in that one, though, trying to get a look at the riders' numbers as they make their way through the inside. So there's leader coming through the horseshoe turn section. High line through that off-camber pot. And into the finish line turn, two board dies out. And it is indeed the rider on the 137. So Cooper Allen with the lead here. A 188 KTM ride in the second spot. That's Ashton Aruda, the 318 of Crosby running third. The Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride of Josh Mazzone fourth. Rounding out the top five, the 01 of Keegan Coe. Running in sixth here on lap one on the 39, that is Evan Miller. Josh Siegel, the 21 in seventh. Blake Milton on the 8-2-3 in eighth. Running in ninth, it's going to be the rider on the 222, Braden Webster, and Mason Nettleton, the 928, rounds out the top 10 here on lap one. So there is your leader on the 132, making his way up that center rhythm section. So Cooper Allen, it looks like Carter Crosby making a move back into second. So Crosby looks like he's gotten around Ashton Arruda on the 188. Mazzone now trying to put a bead on the 188. So 65C rider is out on the track right now. Race number 5 here in the second half. 40 plus A and B next off the gate. Youth C riders should be in staging. Youth A and B in pre-staging. And there's the 137, Cooper Allen coming to the inside in the horseshoe turn section. And we're going to be down to 1 to go as Allen comes through. A little miscue in that triple section, but keeps himself moving forward. So Cooper Allen maintains the top spot. It's going to be the 188 of Ashton Arruda making a move to second. Mazzone to third. So Crosby, the rider, having a little bit of trouble on that lap. He's going to drop down to fourth. And there's the 01, Keegan Coe, rounding out the top 5 still. But he's got the 21 of Josh Siegel, who has closed right up on him. So that battle is going to be tight throughout the rest of this race here. 1 lap board is out. So working through the final lap here, 65C. Top 5 riders working through the inside rhythm section. There's your leader coming through the horseshoe turn section on the final lap. Little feet out paddling section going on there, but getting himself through those deep, deep lines. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out here. The race win in the 65C goes to the 137 of Cooper Allen. Little head shake there. Cooper is pumped. A 2-1 finish is going to give him the overall for the day. And there's the 188, Ashton Arruda across the line to hang on to the second spot. On the Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus Ride, Carter Crosby across the line to finish it up in third for this race. The 430, Josh Mazzone across the line in fourth on the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride. And it looks like the 39 of Evan Miller will get around and take the fifth place spot away. Oh, I'm sorry, Keegan Coe got fourth and Mazzone fifth, so there you go. So 65 C riders in the books here. We're going to get ready to go with 40 plus A and B. Don't forget, folks, we've got the Fishing Derby going to be going on this afternoon. You bring your biggest fish down to the pavilion to be measured at 6 p.m. Top 3 fish will get prizes. So we'll have the 3 biggest fish will get prizes for the Fishing Derby here. And it looks like the sky is clearing up, so we should have a good night for all the fun and festivities we're going to have going on. But don't forget, Fishing Derby going on throughout the afternoon, and you can get those fish measured at 6 p.m. down at the pavilion. So 40 plus A and B riders getting ready to fire off the gate here. Youth C riders should be in staging. Youth A and B in pre-staging. And here we go, 40 plus A. And that's going to be the number 8, Martel, controlling the inside line to grab the whole shot. And here we go with the B gate. And that's the 602 Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets ride, the factory connection KTM of Kurt Zarcy with the whole shot. So Martel would lead in the 40A. Looks like Rich Frank into the second spot. Kenyon Pelkey up into third. And Walt Miller moving to the front of the pack in the B class. Looks like Zarcy into second. And the 87 of CJ Rousseau now going to move to the third spot. I'm sorry, actually, that's the 87 of Gary Wilson who will move to third. All right, so Nathan Martel, Rich Frank 1 and 2. Frank on the 13 Suzuki trying the inside line, coming out of the horseshoe turn. Loses the drive, getting into that triple section, so he's going to sit in second right now. The 114, Kenyon Pelkey hanging on to third in the A class. Gary Barker fourth, and Kenny Germain, the Kenny G's Performance Tuning KTM ride, rounds out the top 5. Heath Frazier in 6th. Scott McPhail running in 7th for the 40 plus A. He's your leader in the 40B through the triple section right before the finish, the 455 of Walt Miller. 602 of Zarcy in the second spot on the 87. That is Gary Wilson hanging on to third. the 991 Honda ride of Arnaldo Lopez running in fourth. Rounding out the top 5 here on lap 1 on the 97, that is Frank Boron. McNamara in 8th, Mallinson in 9th. Mark Erickson Dale Lilly in the 9th spot, and it's going to be Dave Shattuck rounding out the top 10 there for the B class. So Nathan Martell, Rich Frank, 1 and 2 in the A class, all the way out in the back left corner for the S-turn section. Both riders going to do the inside entering the section. And both riders use that high inside line coming out of it. So no change at the front of the pack in the 40A. Leaders come down the left-hand side. So 2 to go here. The number 8 of Martell holds the top spot. Rich Frank right there with him, though, on the Fox Racing Factory Connection Suzuki. And the 255, Gary Barker gets around to take that 3rd spot away now. That's going to drop Pelkey down. We'll move down to 4th, and he's got the 365 Chapman Motorsports rider Frazier trying the outside on him. And Frazier's going to get 4th, so Pelkey will drop down to 5th. There is Miller, smooth through that rhythm section right before the finish. He continues to run out in front for the B class. There's Zarcy hanging on a 2nd in the B. And it is still Wilson in 3rd, Lopez 4th. There's the 97, Frank Boron. He continues to round out the top 5. 2 to go here in the 40-plus class. And Rich Frank going to change up the line up and over the Loctite launch. He tries the inside. He's going to have the line on Martell to make the pass. So the 13 Suzuki takes the top spot away. We'll see if we can make it stick here. Martell's going to try and get back at him on the inside. No, Rich Frank holds the top spot. So the 13 taking over the lead here. He's got about a lap and a half to go to try to take home the win. And a little mistake across the inside. Martell's going to come right around the outside and try to get him again right into the horseshoe turn. He's going to have it. So final time around, we got a good battle going on for the lead here in the 40A. Martell and Rich Frank going at it at the front of the pack here. So Nathan Martell holds the top spot in the 48 down the right-hand side. We'll see if Rich Frank can track him down here. Gary Barker, Heath Frazier, Scott McPhail through the top 5 for the 40A. And there is Miller coming over the top of the finish line jump here. Solid lead in the B class for the 455 Yamaha riders. Zarcy still in 2nd. And it looks like it's still Williams in 3rd. Well, Williams might have given up that spot as Lopez came up the inside coming to the horseshoe turn. And he did. The 991 took it away. And again to the off-camber turn section, the 913 of Rich Frank goes to the inside. He's going to make the pass back into the lead. Martel's going to switch it up to the outside, up and over the Loctite launch. And out of the S-turn section, Martel puts his foot down, a little dab there, and that might be the breathing room Martel needed to give Rich Frank here as he was putting the pressure on him again, and is going to open it up a little bit on the final time through this section. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win here in the 40 plus A on the Factory Connection Fox Racing Suzuki ride. That is Rich Frank with the win. Martel, this Eidelman Sales seated Davenport Trucking, Martel Excavating ride across the line second. We're looking for the 255 of Gary Barker to hang on a third. And there's Barker. Heath Frazier right with him though at the finish, so he had to hold him off on that one. Frazier closing up the gap seriously. And looks like the 455 Walt Miller is going to hang on, take the win in the 40 plus B. Looking for the Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets ride. Kurt Zarcy to finish that one up in second. We'll see if the 991 of Lopez can hang on to that third spot here. And looks like the 87 of Gary Wilson going to get back around to hold on to third for the B class. We'll get ready to go now with the riders in the Youth C. So we had a rider, a little bit of a bike problem down there on the line. Looks like everything is straightened out, so we're going to count them down the line and get ready to go here with the Youth C class. And that was the 110. So Alex Vervez grabbing the whole shot there on the 110 Yamaha. And the 118 of Edwards now out in front. Looks like the 110 of Vervez into the second spot. And now it looks like Donahue maybe made this move to second. So leaders down to the horseshoe turn section here on lap 1. It is the 118. Nick Edwards taking over the top spot. Vervez on the 110 Yamaha into second. There's the 143 TNT Repairs rider Donahue in third. On the 23, Cole Gallagher fourth. 632 Motorsports Nation ride of Antonio Pizzonia rounding out the top 5. Sam Robinson in 6th on the number 90. In 7th, it's the 333 HK Power Sports Mums Racing ride of Justin Gonzalez. Kevin Hill, the Hills Contractors ride in 8th. Angelo Felino 9th. And Cooper Bouchard, the 717, going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. At the end of the tree line section, Edwards trying to hang on to the top spot. Vervez right there with him. And here we go. Vervez and Edwards battling for that top spot, side by side into that big sweeping right-hander. And looked like that's going to be Vervez who had to bang his bars back up into shape there. Looked like had a little bit of contact on the inside. And powering up the inside line, coming out of the horseshoe turn section, pass for the lead. So 1 to go, and the 110 of Vervez back out to the front. Edwards has gotten the top spot. So a Yamaha freight train out front, Alex Vervez, Nick Edwards, TJ Donahue, Cole Gallagher, and Antonio Pizzonia. Top 5 riders all mounted on Blue Crew rides. So if you're a rider and you're riding a Yamaha, you're on the right bike apparently here in the UC. Youth A and B riders will be next off the start gate. 65 open riders, you should be in the staging area. Riders in the 40-plus novice, you need to be heading down to pre-staging. So picking up your leaders all the way to the back corner there. The S turns in the back left corner of the track. Vervez and Edwards were duking it out for the lead here. And a checkered flag will come out, and that'll be the race win for the rider on the 110. The Jimmy Wynett Training Facility alias Yamaha ride. Alex Vervez grabs the win. Nick Edwards right there with him. He's going to have to settle for second in that one. The TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride. TJ Donahue across the line third. Cole Gallagher fourth. And looks like it's going to be Kevin Hill edging out Pizzonia for the fifth spot there right at the turn. So 5 Yamahas in the top 5 there. Definitely a good day to be a Blue Crew rider in the UC. And we're going to have youth A and B riders coming off the gate next. So again, youth A and B riders, motor number 8 in the order, getting set to fire off the gate next. Got to give a shout out to the 31, Brad Tatro there pushing the bike off. Didn't get the race he was wanting to get, but he's stuck out there in the middle cheering his friends on, making sure they were having a good race. So tough to see you push the bike off, but always good to see a good sport out there, Brad. Here we go. Youth A and B riders will be firing down the start straight in just a moment. Again, looks like the 127 Pilgrim Power Sports ride. Will Agnew going to grab the whole shot here. So the 127, Will Agnew grabbing the whole shot, the early lead here in the Youth AB. And looks to be the rider on the 111, Cody Baker, making a move to second. And Baker already getting some company in that second spot here, so we got some riders battling up towards the front of the pack early on. So there's Will Agnew, the 127 Pilgrim Power Sports KTM rider, making his way through the triple section right before the finish. Early lead here in the Youth AB. The 111 Cody Baker in the second spot. There's the 295 Jack Pagano up into third. 636, that is Dylan Frazier, the Twin Air factory backing rider in the fourth spot. Matt Silver on the 103 rounds out the top 5. Kyle Russo on the 67 Husky in 6th. Matt Anderson 7th on the 102. Dylan Cavaguti running in the 8th spot on the 284. And Brian Bennett 9th on the 31 Husqvarna ride. Hey, folks, need to remind you that it is, of course, the 4th of July weekend, and it is a warm, sunny afternoon, but we do have to ask you, make sure you remember that we cannot have any alcoholic beverages being consumed while racing is going on. That is a town ordinance. That's not our rule. That is the town of Winchester, so please make sure you are not consuming any alcoholic beverages while racing is going on. So Agnew on the outside line there, the off-camera. Look like he put his foot down a little bit wrong, giving a look over his shoulder, but he's got plenty of breathing room. So Agnew, Baker, Pagano, top three as they make their way into the center section. And Agnew tight to the inside there through the horseshoe turn section. That's a risky one right now, as that is a very deep line at the top of that turn. On the big bikes, not quite as much of a risk. On the small bikes, you're really taking a chance getting stuck going through there. Two-lap board is out. So youth A and B riders, race 8 in the order out on the track. 65 open next off the gate. Riders in the 40-plus novice should be in the staging area, and Supermini riders in pre-staging. Tire coming out on the track there, almost clipped one of those riders. And back up that center rhythm section. Now the 111 of Baker has closed right up on the leader. Oh, and Agnew comes up over the top of the hill by himself, so it looks like Baker might have had a problem over on the far side of the Loctite launch. So your leader coming through the S-turn section here. So final time around for the 127 of Agnew. Will Agnew making his way through the start turn section. 295, Pagano able to take advantage of problems for Baker as he's going to get around into second. There's the 111 of Cody Baker coming around in third. So down the right-hand side, Agnew with the lead, Pagano in second. Baker looks like he's trying to get that spot back as we watch Jack Pagano along the tree line section there. And you see Baker almost going over the bars, coming up and over the Loctite launcher. He is pushing hard, trying to get back to second. And there is your leader coming down through the Riverside Drive tabletop section on the final lap here, the 127 of Will Agnew. So the checkered flag and the race win for the Pilgrim Power Sports KTM ride of Will Agnew. And Pagano going to give up that second spot. Cody Baker not going to be denied. So Cody Baker gets back to second. Pagano finished it up in third. A little unfriendly word there, it looks like, after the finish. Cody Baker not looking happy with how things went down in the back of that Loctite launch section there. '65 Open underway. The 24 of Coble grabs the whole shot. And your leader's coming back up the center rhythm section here in the '65 Open. And it looks like Coble out front holding the early lead. The 5-2-6 of Taylor Beckwith, the MotoFit CD Davenport trucking rider, into the second spot. And I believe that's the 800 of Colin Pouch making a move up into third. Coble out of the S-turn section, holding down the top spot here. So leader coming into the triple section right before the finish looks to be the 24 of Coble out front here. There is the Shift Racing KTM ride. Owen Coble holding down the top spot into the finish line turn. That is indeed the 5-2-6 of Taylor Beckwith, the MotoFit CD Davenport trucking rider, in second. Colin Pouch running a solid third on the 800 KTM. On the 430, Josh Mazzone in the fourth spot, and it's the number 9 of Tristani rounding out the top 5. Jack Nerona 6th. Braden Martin, the Belly Motorsports rider, in 7th. It is Mason Nettleton, the 928 KTM, in 8th. Josh Siegel 9th, and rounding out the top 10, the 188 of Ashton Aruda. So there's the leader heading the center rhythm section up into the off-camber turn. Second and third place riders coming up that center rhythm section right now. Still Beckwith and Pouch. 40-plus novice riders next off the gate. Riders in the Supermini, you should be in the staging area. 450 A and B riders down to pre-staging. So watch the top 5 riders through the inside rhythm section. Your leader's going to come into that horseshoe turn. And there is a 24 Cobalt coming into the finish line section. So final time around for the 24 of Cobalt to take the win here. There's Beckwith and Pound still second and third. About the same gap between those two riders as it was the first time through. A little over 2 seconds. So the battle for second place going down the right-hand side of the track. So Owen Coble, Taylor Beckwith, Colin Pounce, top 3. Jack Nerona, the number 8, moves up to 4th. And Josh Mazzone on the 430 continues to round out the top 5. Tristani in 6th, Braden Martin 7th. Cooper Allen 8th on the 137. Josh Siegel up to 9th, and Carter Crosby now moves up to round out the top 10 on the Ryan Crosby Construction Motorbikes Plus ride. And the 800 pounds tries to dive to the inside to get the pass made on Beckwith. Cannot make it happen there. Beckwith withstanding the pressure. There is the 24, Owen Coble, going through the horseshoe turn section here on the final lap. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 65 Open for the rider on the Shift KTM. That is Owen Coble grabbing the win. Second spot here in the 65 Open, and dealing with the pressure all race long. It's going to be the 5-2-6 MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking rider Taylor Beckwith. Colin Pouch, good solid charge all the way through. Didn't leave anything out there on the track, but Pouch going to have to settle for third in this one. And looking for the number 8, Jack Nerona, making his way out of the horseshoe turn section. Looks like he is going to hang onto that 4th spot. And the number 9, Logan Tristani, going to grab the 5th place spot on the final lap. So Tristani, the Walsh Builders 100% Dunlop Aussie Steak and Eggs ride will round out the top 5. And we're going to get ready to go now with the 40 plus C class. Keegan Coe on the 0-1 going down after the finish there. But got a hand on the clutch, didn't stall the bike out, just picked that bad boy up and got going again. And here we go with the 40 plus novice. Look at the 22 of Kevin Webster able to hold the inside line, but he's going to give it up coming out of turn 2. And it looks like already going to have some challenges for the lead here. We got a side-by-side battle out front here coming along the tree line section at the back of the track. And it's going to be the 174. Chris Ledbetter taking over the top spot here. Suzuki mounted rider moves to the front of the pack in the 40 plus C. So race is making their way off to the back left corner of the track here, working through the laps in the 40 plus novice class, race 10 here in the second half. Supermini riders next off the gate. Riders in the 450 AB should be in staging. 450 C riders down to pre-staging. So the 174 into the inside line in the horseshoe turn section, holding down the top spot. So Chris Ledbetter out front with the early lead here in the 40 plus C. On the number 11, it's Dave Amato into the second spot. The 69 Yamaha ride of Jeff Holden to third. Kevin Webster, the 22, going to come around in the fourth spot after the early lead. The 311 of Pat Andrews rounds out the top 5. Charles Quinn on the 41 running in the 6th spot. And looks like Bruce Adams 7th, Brian Herworth 8th, Randy Pell 9th, and Dave Terry the 518 going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. So Ledbetter out front all the way along the far tree line section in the back of the track. And good challenge going on for the lead here, as it looks like Jeff Holden, the 69 Yamaha rider, is going to make a move up in a second. And Quinn now up in the mix as well on the 41. So we got all kinds of battles going out through the top 5 here in the 40C. right, back in the S corner section there. Looks like Ledbetter and Amato battling it out now for the lead. And Jeff Holden actually making a move around to second, so it's Holden challenging Ledbetter for the lead, coming down to that Riverside Drive tabletop, and he's going to have the inside line. And it looks like Charles Quinn, the 41 Yamaha, going to burst through that whole mess and take over the top spot. So final time around, and it's going to be the 41 Yamaha. Charles Quinn taking the lead. Ledbetter drops down to second. 377 Yamaha ride. A 311 of Pat Andrews now third. And Dave Amato fourth, and it's going to be the 69. Jeff Holden dropping down to round out the top five. So Holden was making a charge towards the front, but Charles Quinn decided he was going to be the Yamaha that took over the top spot. So there you see Quinn heading down the right-hand side. Final lap here in the 40C. And hope everyone having a great day of racing here. It was a little bit more wet than we were hoping for earlier on in the day, but sun is finally peeking out just in time for all the nighttime festivities we're going to have going on later on tonight. So the band will be starting a little bit later on. We're going to do the measuring for the fishing derby at 6 o'clock down under the pavilion across from the registration window. And of course, fireworks later on once we get dark. So there's the leader up that center rhythm section, the 41 of Charles Quinn trying to stretch it out. And looks like Andrew's going to make the move around Ledbetter. And Ledbetter going to get that spot back coming into the Loctite launch. All right, so leaders down the left-hand side here on the final lap. And Quinn got himself plenty of breathing room here, but looks like it is going to be Andrews making the move on Ledbetter to take that second spot out of the horseshoe turn section. So the race win goes to the rider on the 41. That is the Yamaha Charles Quinn with the win. 377, the 311 of Pat Andrews out of West Kingston, Rhode Island. He is going to be the second place rider, 174 of Chris Ledbetter across the line third. And it's going to be Kevin Webster fourth. Dave Amato rounds out the top five. That'll do it here in the 40-plus novice. And we're going to get ready to go racing with the Supermini. Here we go, counting them down the line here for the Supermini. And it looks like we've got a rider with a hand up down there on the line. And everybody all set, so we're going to get ready to go here. Supermini riders off the gate. And look at the 465. Devin O'Leary, Husqvarna rider, grabbing the whole shot. We got some riders tangling up over there in turn 2. And looks like that's the 41. Cameron Duvall charging out to the front of the pack as they head down the right-hand side. So Duvall takes the early lead. Up and over the Loctite launch, 41 Suzuki. So there is Cameron Duvall coming out of the S-turn section out front with your lead. Looks like it is the 333 of Gonzalez making a move to second. So here's the leader through the triple section right before the finish. And that is the early lead on the 41 Suzuki ride for Cameron Duvall. 333 HK Power Sports Mums Racing ride. Justin Gonzalez in the second spot. Manchester Sports Center ride of St. Laurent in third. Angelo Foligno fourth. Nick Niles rounds out the top 5 on the 551. Nick Rotella in sixth. Seamus Sullivan seventh. Brian Bennett in eighth. Devin O'Leary ninth. And Cameron Thurston, the 43, will round out the top 10 here on lap 1. We have got a 3-rider battle going on for that second spot as Cameron Duvall trying to break away from the rest of the field here. Justin Gonzalez, Sam St. Laurent, second and third. And Foligno up in the mix in the 4th spot, trying to make something happen early on too. St. Laurent over the top of the Loctite launch, trying to get around the outside on Gonzalez. And now he's got to watch it because here comes the rider on the 198, Foligno, on the inside to try to make a pass on both of them. And Foligno's going to sweep the outside, and he's going to get it. So Angelo Foligno sitting in 4th. He's going to move to 2nd. And Gonzalez is going to cut the inside line there, trying to get back into that spot. Can't quite make it happen, but he's going to get him right before the tabletop, it looks like. So it looks like that battle for second place not over yet. Cameron Duvall coming out of the horseshoe turn section. He has got no one putting any pressure on him right now. The battle on the track is for the second place position right now, and it looks like St. Laurent going to get it back. So there's Duvall. 2-lap board is out. St. Laurent and Foligno now into this second spot, so it's Foligno in second. Oh, Gonzalez goes down right after the finish. So Foligno takes over the second spot. St. Laurent moves to 3rd. And Gonzalez had a pitched battle going on there. And just a little miscue after the finish, going to take him out of that fight. Watching the leader head down the right-hand side. Cameron Duvall to the far right-hand side of the track. And it is Foligno and St. Laurent now 2nd and 3rd. Niles moves to 4th. Brian Bennett rounding out the top 5 now on the 31. So there is the 41. Cameron Duvall going to hit the option tabletop section there as he heads off to the S-turns. Foligno airing out the table extension there on the 198. St. Laurent coming across there, running in third still. There is the 41, Cameron Duvall making his way through the horseshoe turn section. Suzuki mounted rider. And it's going to be the one lap board this time around when he makes his way through. So 1 to go here in the Supermini. Duvall with a solid run out front. There is the 198 Manchester Sports Center FMF rider, Foligno in second. And there's St. Laurent, the Manchester Sports Center Steve Alboni rider, running in third. 5:51, Nick Niles will take over the fourth place spot. And there is Gonzalez, the 333 Answer Racing, Mums Racing, HK Power Sports ride, rounding out the top 5. So winding down the final lap here, Supermini. 450 A and B riders next off the gate. 450 C riders should be in staging. Riders in the women's class need to be down in pre-staging. And final time into the triple section right before the finish. Checkered flag going to come out here. The race win in the Supermini goes to the rider on the 41 Suzuki. That is Cameron Duvall with the win. The 198 FMF Manchester Sports Center ride of Foligno will hang on a second. The Manchester Sports Center Steve Alboni Factory Connection Thunderbolt MX ride of Sam St. Laurent third. And it looks like the 551 Nick Niles will get it across the line in fourth. 333 HK Power Sports Mums Racing ride of Justin Gonzalez will round out the top 5. That'll do it for Supermini. All right, so 450 A and B riders getting set to fire down the line. And that looked like it was the 134 of Chris Lauro, Honda rider, flat track and through the turn. So it is the 134 Honda, Chris Laura out front. And it looks like 633 of Dupre into second, 223 of Wallstrom into third. That's for the B class. The 533 of Stewart looks like he's got the early lead in the A. And Wallstrom has the inside coming into the Riverside Drive tabletop. He's going to take away the top spot. So Wallstrom with the lead. Chris Laura goes to the inside line there in the off camber. Let's see if he can get it back. But no, it looks like Wallstrom going to hold on to it. So Jeremy Wallstrom on the 223 Yamaha ride. Your leader in the 450B. Joe Stewart out front in the 450A on the 533 Stu Crew ride. Dylan Malo in second on the Malo Electric ride for the 450A. It's Wallstrom with the lead in the B. Chris Lauro second. Rick Dupre third. Steve Brady in fourth. Kyle Bilodeau, the Central Mass Power Sports JDK pavement rider, rounds out the top five. Jamie Hunkler, the 171 KTM, running in the sixth spot on the Wheels Power Sports and Boron Construction ride. It is the 519 Jake LaChapelle running in seventh. Tyler Morin, the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Prospect Designs Honda rider, in eighth. Andrew Bugavosa running in ninth, and Aaron Burdick on the 50 Kawasaki rounds out the top 10. So lead is making their way through the tree line section on the far side of the track. And Dylan Malo going for the pass on the inside through the off-camber turn section. Looks like he's getting around Stewart. And Stewart on the inside coming into the Loctite launch, so he may get the spot back. So there's leader on the 223 Yamaha ride coming through the horseshoe turn section, cranking off the laps out in front now, Jeremy Wallstrom. Malo with the lead now in the A class, so Wallstrom takes over the lead in the B, Malo in the A. Rick Dupre will make the move to second now in the B class. That's going to put the 134 of Chris Lauro down to third. And the 170 of Steve Brady now on the move as he's going to get up into fourth. Kyle Bilodeau moves into the top five on the 305 Central Mass Power Sports DC 300% JDK pavement showy alias ride. So leaders coming down the left-hand side, down to the horseshoe turn section. And looks like it is going to be Melo and Dupre now the leaders in the A and B respectively. So Dylan Melo takes over the lead in the A. And Rick Dupre now your leader in the B. Wallstrom drops down to second. Did not see that happen. Laurel continues to hang on to third. Laurel's starting to lose the bottom of that engine case though. Got that skid plate hanging off the bottom of that Honda. So Chris Laurel coming up that center rhythm section, trying to hold off Brady and Bilodeau. That's the battle for third in the B class. And now the 641, the 633 of Dupre going to have to deal with the 223 of Wallstrom again. As Wallstrom coming right back up the inside line to take the lead back from Dupre. 2-lap board is out. So the 2-lap board is out. Dylan Melos, Joe Stewart 1 and 2 in the 450A. Jeremy Wallstrom, Rick Dupre, Chris Laurel, Kyle Bilodeau, and Steve Brady. Top 5 in the 450B. So 450A and B riders working through the laps. 450C next off the gate. Riders in the women's class should be in the staging area. 50 plus riders down to pre-staging. All right, so down to 1 to go. Wallstrom and Dupre still 1 and 2. There's 641 of Melo, the leader in the A class. He's just pretty much cranking out the laps right now as he's got a big gap on the field. Chris Laurel, the 134 Honda ride. Skid plate hanging off the bottom of that bike. He maintains third place. And And now Kyle Bilodeau going to move to 4th, Brady to 5th. Shannon Fleming on the 68 running in the 6th spot. La Chapelle, the 519 Jimmy Winans Training Facility Yamaha ride running up into 7th. 407 Bresnahan in 8th. Looks like there's a 171 a Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing ride of Jamie Hunkler 9th and Dylan Frazier rounding out the top 10 on the 636. Final time through here in 450 AB. And folks, just do want to remind you, if you are going to be packing up to head out, go someplace else for tomorrow. First of all, I have to ask you why you're here. The racing is great. We're going to have fireworks and a band. Are you nuts? Why are you leaving? But if you are going to leave, you need to make sure you're out the gate by 8 o'clock to get the wristband cut off and get your money refunded. Ideally, not one person going to roll out of that gate here. We're going to keep everybody here and have a good time again tomorrow. Still plenty of racing to go on throughout the day here today. As I said, don't forget, 6 o'clock, we do the measurements for the fishing derby. Find out who caught the biggest fish. And we'll have a band playing this evening, and the fireworks start when the sun goes down. So we're going to have all kinds of fun stuff here to continue to celebrate the July 4th weekend here at Winchester. And, of course, more racing tomorrow. You can get down and sign up for tomorrow's racing right now if you'd like to. And the checkered flag will come out here in the race win in the 450B, the 223. That is Jeremy Wallstrom taking a win. He's going to sweep the class with a 1-1 there. Rick Dupre across the line in second. Here's your winner in the 450A, Dylan Malo, the 641 Malo Electric ride. It's going to be the Stu Crew rider, Joe Stewart, second in the 450A. Here's the 134 Honda of Chris Lauro. He's going to hang on to third in the B class, and we'll get ready to go now with the 450 C riders. And the 446, Bakken going to grab the whole shot there for the 450C. And it looks like it is going to be Nick Edwards moving to the front of the pack. Steve Stefanik into the second spot as they go through that back section. So the 118 out front here early on, coming into the triple section right before the finish. That is Nick Edwards with the lead here in the 450C. Steve Stefanik on the 114, Kawasaki across the line in second. Things starting to tighten up behind him here as about at the third through the triple section. And it's going to be the 270 of Kyle Luco grabbing that third spot on the IMS suspension KTM. Richard Saunders in fourth. Alex Adams rounds out the top five. Dom Pizzoni in sixth. Paul Bakken in seventh. Scott McRae, the 414 in eighth. Jordan McGore ninth. And it's going to be Casey McNamara on the 26, rounding out the top 10 here on lap one. So Nick Edwards and Steve Stepanek, 1 and 2, as we watch them come up the center rhythm section. A little bit of the gap back to the third place rider, Kyle Luco. And then Saunders and Adams coming up through that section now as well. So here's leader coming down to the triple section right before the finish. Nick Edwards, the 118 Yamaha rider, continuing to run the top spot. 2-lap board is going to be out. So working through 2 laps to go here. 4:14 of McRae charging through the finish up into the 6th spot now. And just like that, he goes down after the finish, and he's going to give that spot back. Not the way you want to get things done there. So Nick Edwards, Steve Stepanek, Kyle Luco, Dom Pizzonia, Alex Adams, top 5 here in the 450C. The 2-lap board is out. So 450C riders working through the laps as you watch the 118 of Edwards. Stepanek just coming into the picture there as he gets ready to go up to the option tabletop section. So a pretty solid gap for the 118 of Nicholas Edwards. And he's going to come down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop, down to the horseshoe turn section, and we'll be looking at the 1-lap board this time around. So final time around here for the 118 Yamaha ride of Nicholas Edwards. And he's holding down a pretty solid gap now as we wait for Stepanek on the 114 Kawasaki working his way through triple section into the finish line turn. And there's the 270 IMS suspension ride. Kyle Luco making his way through, hanging on to that 3rd spot. So top 3 riders working their way up and over the finish line. Here's the 25, Dom Pizzonia in 4th. And Alex Adams riding on number 12, rounding out the top 5. Oh, Pizzonia almost goes down after the finish there, just about gives that spot away. There's your leader on the 118 Yamaha up the center rhythm section. Nick Edwards coming up through there on the final time through. So women's class riders next off the start gate. Riders in the 50 plus, you should be in the staging area. 2-stroke open riders should be in pre-staging. So there's the leader down the left-hand side. Nicholas Edwards down to the horseshoe turn section on the final lap here. Little look over the shoulder. He's got plenty of breathing room. And that is the checkered flag to race win here in the 450C for the 118 Yamaha ride. Nicholas Edwards. Looking for Stefanik on the 114 to hang on to that second spot as he comes out of the horseshoe turn section. And there's the 270 Kyle Luco coming down to the horseshoe turn to hang on to third. We'll see if Pizzonia and Adams finish it out fourth and fifth. And hey, folks, don't forget, get down there and say hi to Paul down the Buckley Photos rig. He's got the gallery running underneath the tent down there, all the shots from 2015. So make sure you check out what Paul has. Got the gallery running, printing up stuff on site so you can get stuff printed out and take it home with you today or tomorrow, whichever day you're going to be heading back. And of course, if you don't happen to catch him here at the track, you can always online to buckleyphotos.com for the ordering system there. Have it delivered right to your house. But make sure you check it out because we will see exactly why we say Buckley Photos is the first name in moto photography. And here we go with the women's class moto. And it looks like, again, Fleming going to hold that inside line to grab the whole shot. So it looks like Shannon Fleming, Kendall Chase, 1 and 2 down the right-hand side. So there is the 68 Auto Specialties ride. Fleming coming up that center rhythm section with the lead. Kendall Chase on the 605 in second. The 132, Shannon Grigas up that line into the third spot as she goes through the off-camera turn section. There's the leader through the triple section right into the finish line turn. The 68 of Shannon Fleming holding down the top spot here in the women's class. On the 605, Kendall Chase. The Kennedy's Performance Tuning Suzuki in second. There's the Jolly Rogers Honda ride of Shannon Grigas running in third. In the fourth spot, the 882, Gabrielle Connors rounding out the top five on the 418. Factory Connection Suzuki is Sarah Bernard. Rounding in sixth on the 163, a rider out of West Kingston, Rhode Island, Cheyenne Andrews. It is Jenny Patty on the 18 Honda running in seventh. Up into the eighth spot here on lap one on the REP Sandbox Kings Guernet CTF ride is Alyssa Curtis. And it's Christina Thibong running in ninth, and Madison Plant, the 701, rounds out the top 10. So Fleming making her way out to the back corner section here. Continuing to run a solid lead in the women's class. She's going to come out of that S-turn section and down the left-hand side. And we are down to 2 to go. So Fleming on the Auto Specialties Yamaha ride making her way through. There is Kendall Chase, the 6:05 rider. Solid gap, though, back to second place as Fleming about 10 seconds out, now about 15 seconds out. And Shannon Grieger's continuing in the third spot on the Jolly Rogers Honda ride. There's Gabrielle Connors fourth. Sierra Bernard coming out of the horseshoe turn, still maintaining fifth. So no change at the front of the pack here in the women's class. So Fleming heading off to the back corner. As I said, she's maintaining a solid gap on the field here. Chase and Grieger second and third, Connors still fourth, and Sierra Bernard now going to move into the fifth spot on the 418. Cheyenne Andrews, 163 rider, trying to close up the gap on Bernard. We'll see if she can make something happen here with time starting to run out, though, in the women's class moto. Here is leader coming to the triple section right before the finish. And that's the one lap board coming out. And can I attention, please? Can I have Jake LaChapelle's father please come down to the medic center on the far side of the announcer's tower? 519, Jake LaChapelle, your dad needs to come down to the medic unit on the far side of the tower. There's a rider, he's here guarding, and we need to have you come on over there, please. So Mr. LaChapelle, please come over to the far side of the announcer's tower where the EMTs are. So clicking off the final lap here in the women's class moto, Shannon Fleming, Kendall Chase, Shannon Grieger, Gabrielle Connors, Sierra Bernard running the top five. And there is Fleming heading off to the back corner section on the final lap here. So that is going to be the checkered flag coming out here, the race win in the women's class moto. The number 68 Auto Specialties Yamaha ride. Shannon Fleming with the win. And there's the 605 Kendall Chase across the line to hang on to the second spot on the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki ride. It's going to be the 132 Jolly Rogers Honda backed ride of Shannon Grigas third. And we're going to get ready to go now. Races in the 50-plus class. And looks like, again, it's going to be the number 8 of Martel coming through the turn to grab the hole shot. So down the right-hand side they go, and it looks like we got a rider taking the top spot away. That might be the 29 Digitano. And Martel's going to sweep to the outside now. And that is Camilio on the number 5 with the inside line. He's going to take the tie line in the off-camber turn to take the top spot away from Martel. So it's Camilio out front with the lead. Martel the second. So there's Camilo through the S-turn section. Martel in the second spot. They're going to come down the left-hand side. So it is the number 5. Winchester Motorsports Factory Connection ride. Camilio with the lead. Martel in the second spot. Running in third on the Fox Racing KTM ride, that is Mike Digitano. The 884 Cliff White up into the 4th spot on the Honda ride. Rounding out the top 5 on the 96 is Bruce Hawes. Kevin Berquist in the 6th spot on the number 64 Tri-City Linex ride. And rocking the old school ride, Tim Blodgett, the number 49. He's up in the 8th spot. Nerona 7th. Kurt Zarsi in the 9th spot, and it's the 76 of Shattuck rounding out the top 10. So Blodgett running the old school YZ. So leaders up that center rhythm section. And it is still Camilio and Martel battling for the lead here as they head to the option tabletop. And Martel's going to try to get to the inside here. He's going to have it. And shows him a wheel, but cannot make the pass happen there. So again, the cat and mouse out at the front of the pack here and through the horseshoe turn section and into the finish line triple. And it's still Camilio over Martel here holding the advantage in the 50 plus. And just like that, Martel sweeps the outside, makes the pass. So Nate Martel takes the long way around, just outbreaks him into the turn to make the pass. So Blodgett getting it done on that old school YZ. Watching him head down the right-hand side there. And again, picking up the battle for the lead all the way over the S-turn section. And Martel holds the top spot right now, but Camilio right on the back tire as they go to the off-camber time through the S-turn. And here we go, the number 5 rushing down the inside line, going to try and take the line away from Martel. Can't make it happen. And we are down to 1 to go. Good battle out front here in the 50 plus. And Martel just a little cleaner coming out of that turn there as he go down to turn 2. And down the right-hand side they go. So getting a good look at Tim Blodgett there running that old school Yamaha YZ. Pretty sure he's burning bean oil in that thing. And a tough task to take these modern tracks on with that old school suspension. Blodgett having a good time out there. And picking up the battle for the lead into the option tabletop section, and Camilio again trying to make a run on Martel. He's going to slingshot the outside line, trying to cut off the line coming into this one, but Martel is right there and shuts him off. And the checkered flag will come out, and it looks like it's going to be the number 8 of Martel hanging on for the moto win here in the 50 plus. So Martel with the win. Camilo will cross the line second. So good battle all the way through. Martel comes away the victor there. Camilo second. Looks like Digitano coming to the horseshoe turn section. He's going to hang on a third. The Zarsi Custom Cabinets, Top Gear MX Zarsi Custom Cabinets Factory Connection ride of Kurt Zarsi will finish it up in fourth. And we're looking for the 96 of Bruce Hawes to round out the top 5. Folks, just want to let you know we're going to be shutting the water off to the spigots in the park for the next hour or so. We got to let the well recover just a little bit, make sure we have good water pressure for the kitchen. So again, we're going to be shutting the water off in the spigots out throughout the park for about the next hour, hour and a half. Sorry for any inconvenience, but we have to make sure that we get the well recovered so that we can make sure that we have plenty of water for the rest of the weekend. Two-stroke open. It's going to be the 5-2-8 Taylor Fortini, the North Adams sheet metal Yamaha rider with the whole shot. And it looks like the 202 of Alex Gillespie going to take over the top spot. So there's Gillespie, the 202, coming to the big sweeping right-hander to the option tabletop jump. Two-stroke open, race number 16 in the order out on the track. Once again, I want to let folks know for the next hour or so, we do have to shut down the water spigots throughout the park. Got to let the well recover a little bit here. We need to make sure we have good water pressure from the buildings. So we do need to shut the water down for about an hour or so. Hopefully that won't inconvenience you guys too much. But we do need to make sure we keep good water pressure for the rest of the system. So we'll have that back on for you shortly. There is the 202, so Alex Gillespie hanging on to the top spot here in the two-stroke open. The 111 Cody Baker into the second position, running third on the 484. Gary Waddy, North Adams sheet metal ride of Taylor Fortini in fourth. And it's going to be the 41, Cameron Default, rounding out the top 5. Kevin Hill, the Wilson Contractors ride in sixth. Brandon Lemaire, the 756, running seventh. Matt Silva in eighth on the 103 Kawasaki. And it's Dylan Cavacuti running in the ninth spot on the 284. Bernard Jones, the 813, rounds it out in 10th. So it is still the 202 Yamaha ride in solid command here. The shift racing ride of Alex Gillespie with the lead in the two-stroke open. Cody Baker on the 111. Oh, and just like that, as soon as I say it, down he goes. So Gillespie goes down. Baker almost hits him coming through there. The 111 moves over to the top spot. It is going to be the 528 of Fortini trying to take advantage, but it looks like Gillespie's going to get up before Fortini can get there. So the announcer's curse strikes again. As soon as I say a guy has no problems, boom, a problem appears. So my apologies to Alex Gillespie for making him fall there. And hey, folks, don't forget, get down and say hi to Mike down at the Factory Connection rig. Get your stuff set up down there. It's trackside suspension tuning and setup all day long here for this weekend, for the July 4th weekend from the folks from Factory Connection. You know, a lot of folks talk about spending money on engine mods, things like that. The best money you're ever going to spend to mod your bike is going to be on suspension modification. Get that power to the ground. Make sure you can deliver it nice and smoothly throughout the race. And make sure that bike is doing exactly what it needs to do up and over the jumps. So make sure you stop down, say hi to Mike down the Factory Connection rig. Ask them any questions you have. And if they need any work done here this weekend, they are doing trackside work as well. So revalve services, rebuilds, you name it, and they can get it done for you. Make sure you have the best suspension, period. The folks from Factory Connection in the house. So the 111 Cody Baker coming down to the finish line turn. He's going to get the 2-lap board. And there is the 202 Gillespie in the second spot. Fortini third. And it looks like now Fortini going to be dealing with the pressure as Cameron Duvall has closed right up on the 528 of Fortini. And now Kevin Hill on the 205 battling with Gary Waddy for the fifth spot. And Hill's going to get it as he gets around Waddy on the outside. Waddy trying to dive back to the inside coming into turn 2. And I don't think he's going to be able to make that happen. So Kevin Hill going to make the pass stick. And Cameron Duvall going after the battle there with Hill. Hill's going to get him. So Kevin Hill moves around and takes that fourth place spot away. There is the 111 Cody Baker. So Baker gets the 1-lap board coming through. And it's going to be Fortini now second. Default in third. And Cameron Duvall going after the outside, trying to get around 14 the long way. Can't make the pass there. He's going to sweep the outside here. And it looks like trouble for the 202 of Gillespie. That back tire looks like it's flat. So it is Cody Baker with a solid lead here. But right now, Taylor Fortini, Cameron Dufault battling for that second spot as they come up the center rhythm section. Fortini has got it. Dufault's going to come to the inside in the off-camber, though, and take it. And he's going to make the pass. So Cameron Dufault making the pass there to take the second spot away. We're looking for Baker to make his way down the left-hand side. And that is going to be the checkered flag here. The race win and the two-stroke open goes to the rider on the 111, the KTM ride of Cody Baker with the win. 50cc 7 to 9 riders next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc 4 to 6 should be in the staging area. Open A and B riders in pre-staging. It is going to be the 41 Cameron Dufault taking that second spot away there on the final lap, and we're looking for the 528 North Adams sheet metal ride of Fortini to round it off in third. And we've got the 50cc 7 to 9 riders next off the gate. And again, Coble with the hole shot. A couple riders tangling up in the start turn there. Looks like the 129, Justin Malgren. He is up and getting on the bike to get away. So Malgren trying to kick that thing over and get going. And it looks like the 131, Eddie Barbosa able to get away from that one as well. So all those riders up and away there. So Coble leading a solid run out front early on here in the 50cc 7 to 9. Get a look at the running order as they make their way down to the left-hand side. You're going to the S-turn section in the far back left corner right now. So there is your leader down to the horseshoe turn section and into the finish line turn. The one lap board is out. So 50cc 7 to 9. It is the 24 Owen Coble with a solid lead early on. On the 928, Mason Nettleton into the second spot. The 43, Eric Franklin coming into the finish line turn, hanging on to third. In the fourth spot on the number 2, Cody Beck with the item in sales, CD Davenport Trucking KTM. And rounding out the top 5, going to be the rider on the 919, Liam Corman. The 113 of Merrill Cox in 6. In the 7th spot on the 41, it's Charles Quinn. Running 8th, the 327, that is Jaden Doyen. In the 9th spot, it's going to be the 22 K-Ray Graphics ride of Ginger Osgood. And rounding out the top 10 on lap 1, it is going to be the rider on the 91. That's the KTM of Mason Call. So 50cc 7 to 9, race number 17 out on the track. 50cc 4 to 6 riders will be next off the gate. The riders in the open A and B should be in staging. Open novice riders in pre-staging. And hopefully everyone enjoying the live streaming we have going on here today. And there is your leader right there, making his way down to the horseshoe turn section. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win here for the rider on the 24. The Cobra ride of Owen Coble grabs the win. Second place on the number 9, 28 KTM goes to Mason Nettleton. Across the line, hang on to third on the 43 is going to be Eric Franklin. So some consistency here in the 50 class. Coble 1-1, Nettleton 2-2, and Franklin 3-3. On the number 2, that is going to be the item in sales, CD Davenport Trucking Ride. Cody Beckwith across the line 4th. Liam Coleman will round out the top 5. And we've got the 50cc 4 to 6 riders next off the start gate. So 54 to 6, race 18 here in the order, getting set to fire down the gate. And the 30 card goes sideways as we get ready to go here, 54 to 6. And that is the 113, Spencer Brodeur with the whole shot here for the 50cc 4 to 6 class. All right, so leaders making their way up the center rhythm section here in the 50cc 4 to 6. And it looks like the 113 Brodeur is still maintaining the top spot. And up into second, looks like the Alias Motorbikes Plus 5.4 MX Paul Buckley Defiance Moto Style ride of Austin Ober. .365 of Fraser up into the third spot early on. And coming down the left-hand side, down to the horseshoe turn section, there's your leader. So the 113, Merrill Cox making his way through the horseshoe turn section. I'm sorry, the 113 is Spencer Brodeur making his way through the horseshoe turn section. And there is your leader coming to the finish line turn. So Brodeur going to come across the line, 1 to go. The Lake Hill trackside, Gatchel Excavation, Bell Helmets ride of Austin Ober in the second spot. 365, there is Nicholas Frazier running in third. And top 3 riders pulling out away from the rest of the field here. Your 4th place rider heading through the horseshoe turn section. That's going to be the 5'11" of Jeff Jacobs. And looks like got a battle going on for the 5th place spot as they come down to the horseshoe turn section. Oh, rider going down. And it looks like the 259, Braden Malgren, and the 11 of Madison Casimir kind of stuck there in that horseshoe turn. Casimir going to get around the outside, get herself going again, but a rider's going to get by both of them. So Brodeur, Ober, Frazier, Jeff Jacobs, top 4. It's going to be Madison Casimir recovering back into the top 5. On the 99, running in the 6th spot is Aiden Bailey. In 7th, it's the 259 of Braden Malgren. Across the line, running in the 8th spot, the 514 of Sebastian Sari. And we got to write it down in the triple. That might be Brodeur, our leader. No, and it looks like Ober has made the pass out in the back section. So that's going to be the checkered flag coming out, and the race win goes to the 901. The Alias Motorbikes Plus, Buckley Photos, Defiance, Bell, Gatchel Excavation, Lake Hill Trackside Ride, Austin Ober with the win. 365 of Nick Frazier across the line in second. Here's the 100. Figueroa coming across the line. There's a 213, Carter DePonte coming across the line. He's going to grab the 12th spot. Rocking the PW50. And it's going to be the 5'11", Jeff Jacobs coming through to grab the 3rd spot. So Jacobs across the line, third on the 511 Cobra. And there is the 113. Spencer Brodeur is going to hang on to the fourth spot, so a little trouble in the back section for the 113 rider, but it's going to come across the line in the fourth position. And we are looking for the 11 of Madison Casimir, see if she can hang on to round out the top 5. And it looks like that is Casimir right there coming into the horseshoe turn section, so it looks like she is going to hang on to round out the top 5. So there is Casimir across the line. That is your 5th place rider. That'll do it here in the 50cc 4 to 6. We still have a couple riders finishing out their laps. Winchester Motorsports is located on Scenic Route 10 just south of Keene, New Hampshire, right on the grounds for Winchester Speedpark. We've got the full line of Fox Racing casual gear as well as the 2015 Fox Racing collection. Gloves, helmets, goggles, you name it. We have the 6D helmet collection as well. We're also providing sales of brand new KTM motorcycles, of course, service for all major brands. But the best prices you're going to get on those brand new KTM anywhere. And of course, here at Winchester Motorsports, it's always tax-free. And just winding down the last of the 50cc 4 to 6 riders. Open A and B riders next off the start gate. Riders in the Open C should be in staging 85. A and B should be in pre-staging. And here we go, Open A and B. And looks like that's going to be the 61 of Pat DeLowry, able to hang on up the center. So DeLowry rushing down along the tree line section on the far side of the track. So the 61, Bubba's Motorsports ride, Pat DeLowry would lead. Looks like the 380 TDO Racing, Cliff Cycle, Loud Fuels, One Industries, OCD, FMF ride, Brandon Miller jumping into the second spot. So there is DeLowry coming to the horseshoe turn section, going to come down to that triple right before the finish. And it is the 61 out front holding down the top spot. So Miller in the second position on the 380. It's going to be the number 4 of Boron running in third, the Boron Brothers Construction Ride. Rick Dupre, the 633 KTM in fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it's going to be the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Prospect Designs Honda Ride of Tyler Morin. The 88, Sohegan Valley Motorsports Get Dirty MX Ride of Nick Hansen up in the 6th spot. Running in 7th is going to be the 756 Brandon Lemaire, Pat Carreno on the 625 Kawasaki in 8th. It's Dean Tooley, the 166 in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1 for the Open A and B, it's going to be the 42 of Max Carbone. So we're going to be leaders back in the S-turn section here. We're going to follow the 61 to Lowry down the left-hand side. So it is still the Lowry and Miller 1 and 2. Boron in the 3rd spot. Rick Dupre looks like he's starting to catch up to the number 4 of Jason Boron. So we see if Dupre can make something happen here. Tyler Moore in the 112 coming through the horseshoe turn section, and he continues to hunt in the 5th place spot. So picking up the 61 KTM back up the center rhythm section. And again, the TDL Racing Cliff Cycles OCD ride of Brandon Miller continues to run about the same pace, but is not closing up the gap really much on DeLowry right now. 4.3 seconds the gap last time through, and it was about the same on the first lap as well. So down to 2 to go now as DeLowry makes his way up and over the finish line jump. So DeLowry continues to stretch out the lead just a little bit following the 380 of Brandon Miller along the tree line section at the back corner of the track. Miller running 2:03s. DeLowry a 2 minutes flat last time through. So DeLowry just edging away at the front of the pack. We're going to come through and grab the one lap board. So final time around here for the rider on the 61. Pat DeLowry continues to get it done out in front here in the open A and B. Brandon Miller and Jason Boron, second and third, all moto long. Miller has not been able to close the gap on DeLowry. And Boron has maintained about the same gap back as he has in the third spot. Rick Dupre continues in fourth. A little ways back to the 112, the Tyler Morin, the fifth place spot on the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Prospect Designs Honda ride. So final time into the horseshoe turn section here, the 61, and Pat DeLowry going to make his way through. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win for the Fox Racing Bubba's Motorsports KTM ride. Pat DeLowry with the win. Second spot, the TDL Racing Cliff Cycle Loud Fuels OCD FMF ride of Brandon Miller. Across the line in third, the number 4 Boron Brothers Construction rider, Jason Boron. Rick Dupre, the Manchester Sports Center rider, in fourth. And we are looking for the rider on the 112, the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Prospect Designs Honda ride of Tyler Morin to round out the top 5. And it looks like we're going to be just about done with the sign up down at the registration window here today. And we'll get ready to go now with Open C. And again, the 446, nice move to the inside. But it looks like it's going to be the 63 of Riley Maynard hugging the inside line to grab the whole shot here for the Open C. So Maynard out front with the lead as he comes up the center rhythm section. And Ryder challenging for the lead, coming up alongside the 63 Maynard as they go to the option tabletop. Trying to get a look at the number on that rider. Oh, and Maynard's going to go down coming out of the horseshoe turn. So out of the S-turn section into the back, it looked like Maynard tried to get back into the top spot and just might have clipped his front wheel on the back tire of the rider out front. So through the finish line triple section, it looks like it's going to be the 270. Sorry, the 570. So the 570 out front. Cody Stoddard with the lead. Stoddard had a great run earlier on. The 121 of Ralph Fisher trying to hang on a second. He's got the 301 of Tanner Herron right on him. So Fisher going to try to hold that spot. Brian Llewellyn 4th, Paul Bach in 5th, Rich Saunders in 6th, Alex Adams 7th, Dan Dosick in the 8th spot, Ryan Stager 9th on the 802, and Jordan Magora, the 93, is going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. Looks like the 63 of Maynard coming through in 16th and going down again after the finish. So things going from bad to worse for the Kawasaki rider. And would you really have it any other way? Working through the laps here in the Open C. This is race number 20 in the order. Leaders all the way out in that back corner section here. We're picking up the rider on the 570 KTM. Cody Stoddard heading off to the back left. '85 A and B riders will be next off the gate. '85 C riders should be in the staging area. 30 plus A and B down in pre-staging. So Cody Stoddard coming through the finish line turn, going to get the 2-lap board. There's the 1-2-1 of Adams hanging on to that second spot. I'm sorry, the 1-2-1 of Fisher hanging on to the second spot. Tanner Herron in 3rd, Brian Llewellyn 4th. Looks like it's going to be Alex Adams riding the number 12 today. He's going to round out the top 5. So 2-lap board is out here in the Open C. Leader all the way to the back left corner here, going to drop into the S turn. And starting to change up his lines, working through some traffic, and almost got himself in trouble there going through that off-camber turn. So the one lap board is out. See if the 570 can hang on to bring this one home. And there's the 121, Ralph Fisher in that second spot, 301. Tanner Herron continues in third. Llewellyn fourth on the 413, and they're pretty well close together here. There's the number 12 coming into the finish line turn. That's Alex Adams rounding out the top 5. So top 5 riders working through the final lap here in the Open C. And I do have to let folks know we do have the Fishing Derby going on today, but we had to wait a little bit longer on the judging. Our judge for the Fishing Derby is still on the track right now working as a referee, so we will be doing that at the conclusion of racing. That'll be about a half hour from now, so keep those fish on ice, so to speak. And we'll be doing the measuring for the Fishing Derby down at the pavilion right across from the registration building at the conclusion of racing. And a checkered flag will come out here. The race win for the Open C. The rider on the 570, Cody Stoddard with the win. Second spot goes to the 121 KTM of Ralph Fisher. And it's going to be the 301 of Tanner Herron hanging on to that third place spot. The 413 Llewellyn across the line for fourth. And it's going to be the number 12, it looks like, of Alex Adams rounding out the top 5. We've got 85 A and B next off the gate. And once again, just remind folks that the judging for the Fishing Derby is going to be a little bit delayed. So if you got fish for the Fishing Derby, just kind of hang on to those. Put them on ice for another half hour or so as we still have our track referee out on the track taking care of business out there before we get a chance to get him out there and judge the Fishing Derby. So once again, just keep those fish on ice and we'll get the judging with that at the conclusion of the racing. Winchester Motorsports is located on scenic Route 10 just south of Keene, New Hampshire, right on the grounds for Winchester Speedpark. We've got the full line of Fox Racing casual gear as well as the 2015 Fox Racing collection gloves, helmets, goggles, you name it. We have the 6D helmet collection as well. We're also providing sales of brand new KTM motorcycles, of course, service for all major brands. But the best prices you're going to get on those brand new KTM anywhere. And of course, here at Winchester Motorsports, it's always tax-free. Just waiting for this moto to finish out here as we get ready to drop the gate for the 85 A and B riders. And it looks like we're going to get ready to count them down the line here for the 85 A and B. And it's going to be the 41 Suzuki. Cameron Duvall right up the center section to grab the whole shot. St. Laurent had a good jump up the inside, but Cameron Duvall not going to be denied on that one as he powered right to the turn. Zarcy on the 718 trying to get up into the mix as well, moving to the second spot, but it looks like he's going to drop back one as St. Laurent moves to second. So there is Cameron Duvall up the center rhythm section out front. And looks like it is the 718 of Zarcy making the charge into the second spot. Sam St. Laurent in third. So Cameron Duvall down to the horseshoe turn section as he holds the top spot here in the 85 AB. So Duvall with the lead. There's a 718, a factory connection, Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets ride of Jack Zarcy in the second spot. Manchester Sports Center Steve Balboni ride of Sam St. Laurent running third. The 17, Tyler Blow, is trying to hang on to the fourth spot. He's got number 2 of Kyle Gattani, the Central Mass Power Sports rider, coming up the inside on him now. And it's going to be Nick Niles in 6th, Jason Rose running 7th, and Josh Otoni on the 143X rounding in the 8th spot here. Looks like the same running order coming up that center rhythm section. Duvall, Zarcy, St. Laurent, Blowers, and Gattani, the top 5. So default in the back left corner section coming down to the S turn. And 2 to go here as the 41 default makes his way to the finish line turn. And good battle going on here between blowers Jason Rose and Kyle Gattani. And they are going at it. The 551, Nick Niles in the mix in that battle as well. So you got 3 riders battling for that 5th place spot. So 2 to go here in the 85 AB. Your leaders in the back corner section going to be grabbing the 1 lap board next time they come through. 85 C riders next off the gate. 30 A and B should be in staging, and 30 plus C riders final moto of the day down to pre-staging. Looks like a little trouble for the 2 of Kyle Gattani, stalling the bike out in that center section. And it doesn't look like he can get it fired back over. That is going to drop him out of that battle going on towards the top 5. So that looks like it's going to move the 17 of blowers into the 4th spot, and Jason Rose will take over 5th. And here is leader down to the horseshoe turn section. So final lap here as Kim Duvall makes his way through. There's Jack Zarcy, the 718 Factory Connection Top Gear MX rider, hanging on to 2nd. On the 127, Manchester Honda, Steve Balboni Factory Connection Thunderbolt MX ride, Sam St. Laurent across the line to hang on to 3rd. And it is going to be the 726 taking over the 4th place spot, Jason Rose. 551 of Nick Niles into 5th. Tyler Blowers, the 17, running in 6th. So following leader through the inside here, he's going to head off to that far center section up and over the Loctite launch on the 41 Suzuki. And there's the lead a final time down the Riverside Drive tabletop. And it It is going to be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 85 AB goes to the rider on the 41 Suzuki. That is Cameron Duvall with the win. 718 Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets Factory Connection KTM Jack Zarcy across the line second. The Thunderbolt Steve Balboni Factory Connection Manchester KTM ride of Sam St. Laurent is going to hang on to third. And looks like Jason Rose, the 726 KTM through the Horseshoe Turn section, to hang on to fourth. Niles will round out the top five on the 551. And here we go, 85C. And the 77, Seamus Sullivan going to get to the turn first for the whole shot, but he's going to have some company right up around the outside. And it looks like the 916 going to take over the top spot. So Jake Lincor out front here as they come up that inside rhythm section. Looks like Sullivan hanging on to the second spot on the 77 Honda right behind him. So Lincor and Sullivan 1 and 2 into the option tabletop section here in the 85C. Coming out of the S turn, Sullivan shows a wheel to Lincor, trying to take that top spot back. And Sullivan right across the inside through the off camera to make the pass back into the lead. So the 77 out front, tripling into the section here. So Seamus Sullivan, the Betancourt's Honda rider out front. Jake Lincor on this 916 out of North Providence, Rhode Island in second. There's the 465, Devin O'Leary running in third, 383. Jason Vieger in the fourth spot. Rounding out the top five is going to be the 638 of, the 603 of Nick DeRoma. Matt Hanish, the MC Racing rider in sixth. Chris Boucher on the 51 Kawasaki seventh. Logan Tristani in eighth on the number 9. Nick Dabrowski, the 638, is ninth. And rounding out the top 10 on the 804 is Talon Steger. So Sullivan all the way on along the tree line section here, trying to give himself a little bit of a gap over the 916 of Lincor. So leaders into the S-turn section. There's a 77 of Sullivan coming through the inside line. Seamus Sullivan starting to give himself a little bit of breathing room now over the 916 of Lincor. There's a tricky line through the high side of that off camber in the horseshoe turn, though, so you're going to have to be very careful getting through that thing, as this is definitely the time of day when things can reach up and grab you. And it's going to be the one lap board this time around, so final time around for the 77 is Seamus Sullivan. There is Lincor, the 916, hanging on to that second spot. Devin O'Leary, 465, Husqvarna Ride, coming through, hanging in that solid third place run. And Nick DeRoma going to move around to take over fourth on the 603. That's going to put the 383 of Jason Vigor in the fifth spot. So Sullivan and Lincor making their way back up that center rhythm section. Looks like no change in the gap between those two riders. So there is your leader back into the S-turn section here. We're going to look at the 77 of Sullivan to make his way down the left-hand side on the final lap. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win here in the 85C for the 77 Betancourt's Honda Ride on Seamus Sullivan. The 916 Kawasaki, Jake Lincor across the line to hang on to that second spot. It is going to be the 465 Husqvarna, Devin O'Leary third. Nick DeRoma on the 603 fourth. And looks like Jason Vigor on the 383 just going to hang on to round out the top five. He's got some company there. He's going to hang on to it. We've got the 30-plus A and B riders coming off the gate next. So riders in the 30AB going to be coming down off the start straight next. 30C riders, final moto of the day, should be in the staging area. Looked like Jason Boron just controlling the inside line to grab the whole shot there for the 38 gate drop. Rich Frank had a good run, but Boron just controlled that line. And looks like it's going to be the 455 Walt Miller grabbing the whole shot here in the B class. riders in the 30A up that center rhythm section. Looks like it's going to be Jason Boron taking over the top spot. Looks like it's the 171. Jamie Hunkler with the early lead in the 30-plus B class. He's going to have a challenge coming to that big sweeping right-hander, though. And there is Jason Boron, your leader in the 30-plus expert class, coming down to the triple section right before the finish. So the Boron Brothers construction ride. Jason Boron holding down the early lead here in the 30A. Rich Frank, the lucky number 13, Fox Racing Suzuki in second. Kenny G's performance tuning ride of Kenny Germain running in third. The 801 of Eric Steger in fourth. It's going to be the 255 of Gary Barker, rounding out the top five. Heath Fraser in sixth. Scott McPhail seventh. And there is the 77 of TJ Henderson running in eighth. Walt Miller, the early leader now in the B class, gets back around the 171 of Hunkler. So Miller with the lead, Hunkler in second, 241 of Aaron Brodeur running in third. It's Aruda on the 288 in fourth, and the 87 rounding out the top five there. That is CJ Rousseau on the number 87 Kawasaki. So Jason Boron working his way up through the off-camber turn section, heading back out down to the center turn. There's Rich Frank coming through in the second spot. And Kenny Germain still running in third, so A-class riders through the inside rhythm section. Your leader coming down to the horseshoe turn section here. So there's Jason Boron, the number 4, making his way through. And just once again, want to remind folks, if you're doing the fishing derby, got just a few more minutes to wait before we get down there to judge the top 3 sizes in the fishing derby. As we said, the judge that we're going to be using for the fishing derby is still on the track right now as a track referee. So got to wait till we finish up the racing before we can judge the fishing derby. So hold tight on that, folks. We'll be under the pavilion at the conclusion of the race day. I heard the band warming up down there, so going to have some fun with the big random playing tonight. They'll be playing all kinds of fun rock and roll stuff, good dance stuff for you tonight. And of course, the fireworks will kick off at around 9 o'clock when we get nice and dark so we can get a good look at those fireworks. And speaking of fireworks here, we've got a 3-way battle going on for the lead. 241 of Brodeur gets around to take it away. Walt Miller in the second spot, and the 171 of Hunkler in third. And those 3 riders have been right there in the same section of real estate all race long. And once again, do want to remind folks, if you are going to be packing up to head home and going somewhere else tomorrow or just heading home for tomorrow, make sure you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris. You can throw that in the receptacles here at the park. And of course, make sure you get that transponder back down to the registration window if you rented a transponder to race with us. And if you are going to be heading home tonight, you do need to be out the gate by 8 o'clock to get the wristband cut off and get a refund for tomorrow's entry. So down to 2 laps to go here as your leader in the A class makes his way up and over the finish line jump. So there's the 13 of Rich Frank. He's still in second in the A class with the 2-lap board out. There's the 801 of Steger in third. Scott McPhail closing up the gap, though. He's in fourth now in the 255. We're going to drop down to fifth. So Gary Barker down to the 5th spot. And taking over the top spot now in the B class, the 171, Jamie Hunkler. So Hunkler gets the top spot away. Miller will drop down to second now on the 455, and not sure what happened to the 271 of Aaron Brodeur. He's definitely off the map here at the front of the pack. There's a number 30. So Jay Jr. is going to move up into that 3rd spot. Eric Aruda on the 288 actually. 180 is going to take 3rd in the B. So 2 to go, and it's Jason Bourne, Rich Frank, Eric Steger, top 3 in the A. Jamie Hunkler, Walt Miller, and Eric Aruda, top 3 in the B. So Brodeur coming through there on the 241 all the way down outside the top 10. Goggles off, looking like he might have had a little bit of a dirt sample there. And we are down to 1 to go as Jason Boron, the Boron Brothers construction ride, makes his way through the start turn section. So following Jason Boron through that inside rhythm section, the off-camber turn, he's going to head out to the center field jump. And up and over the Loctite launch. So your leader dropping through the S-turn section here on the final lap. And that's going to bring out the checkered flag. The race win here in the 30-plus A class goes to the rider on the number 4. The Boron Brothers construction ride of Jason Boron takes the win. So Jason Boron with a solid win there in the 30A. We're looking for the lucky number 13, Suzuki Rich Frank, to come out of the S-turn section down the left-hand side to hang on a second in the A. The 801 of Steger third. 30-plus novice riders, final moto of the day today on the gate. There is Rich Frank across the line. Second Steger will be third for the A. Here we go, 30C gate drop. And looks like it's going to be the rider on the 121. That is Thiago Matiola with the whole shot for the 30 plus C. So Jason Moore and Rich Frank, Eric Steger top three in the 30A. Jamie Hunkler with the win in the 30B on the Wheels Power Sports Boron Construction Fly Racing 100% ride. Walt Miller second, Eric Aruda third for the B class. And we are well underway now with the 30C, final moto of the day today. Looks like the 813, Bernard Jones out front with the early lead here in the 30 plus C class. The rider on the 121, Thiago Matiola, trying to chase him down. Matiola in the second spot coming out of the S-turn section. So there is the 813 out front with the lead, Bernard Jones. Matiola in the second spot, the 414 of Scott McRae running in third. On the 117, it's going to be Greg Smith fourth. Rounding out the top five on lap one, the 181 Honda of Travis Chamberlain. Pat Andrews in sixth on the 311, Eric Chevalier seventh, Kyle Lucchese eighth, Brian Jones in ninth on the 420 Honda, and it's Mike Braga, the 78, going to round out the top 10 here on lap one. So final moto of the day, 30 plus novice out on the track. Once again, we're going to be racing all day tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. We've got a band going to be kicking off in just a little bit. Fishing Derby going to be judged in about another 10 minutes. As we said, we had to wait a little bit because our judge for the Fishing Derby is still out on the track working as a referee. Got to take care of the racing before we get underway with the fishing. So hold tight on the Fishing Derby entrance there. We're going to be judging those in just a few minutes. And of course, the band will start up around 7. We're going to have some great fireworks going on once it gets dark around here, and it is going to be a fun evening all the way around. Once again, I want to remind folks that we will take care of the fireworks this evening. Please do not light fireworks in your pits. Do not have anything, even sparklers, things like that. Don't have them in your pit area. We have gasoline all throughout the pits. That would be a bad combination. So we will take care of the fireworks. Please do not light any off out in the pits out there. And leaders all the way to the back left corner coming out of the S-turn section down the left-hand side. Looks like the 813 of Jones still out front. So 2 to go here in the 30 plus novice. Jones and the 414 now of Scott McRae 1 and 2. Matiola going to drop down to third on the 121 Kawasaki. The 117, Smith still in fourth. And now rounding out the top five, going to be the 175 of Chevalier. And leaders making their way back up that center rhythm section here as we work through the laps in the 30-plus novice. Riders coming down the left-hand side here. And it looks like the 414, McRae, going to sweep the outside and take the lead away. So Scott McRae comes down the outside on the Riverside Drive tabletop section, gets around the outside and takes the lead away from the 813 of Bernard Jones. .121 Mattiolo continues in the third spot. The 117 Smith fourth, and there is the 175 of Chevalier. So things really starting to tighten up at the front of the pack here as we are on our final lap in the 30-plus novice, final lap of racing here today. But plenty more racing action coming up first thing in the morning. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be underway with round 8 for the Winchester Motocross Series, round 2 for NEMX. The folks from NCSC will be here on tomorrow as well. We've got Kawasaki, Yamaha, and KTM paying contingency tomorrow. So hopefully everyone out there going to be sticking around to enjoy the fun this evening and some more racing with us here tomorrow. All right, leaders heading off to the back left corner. So there is the 414 McRae making his way into the left-hand side now on the final time through. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out here. The race win and the 30-plus novice goes to the rider on the 414. So Scott McRae takes the win. Second spot will go to the rider on the 813 Honda. That's Bernard Jones. The 121 of Thiago Mattiolo will hang on to that third spot. 311 Yamaha ride. Pat Andrews going to run it across the line in fourth. And it'll be the 117 rounding out the top five. That's Greg Smith. And that is going to do it for racing with us here today. As I said, I hope you had an enjoyable day with us here at Winchester Speedpark today. Happy 4th of July to all the folks racing with us here today and the folks watching us live online. And we hope you all had a great day of racing. Great day of watching the racing online and a great day of racing here with us at Winchester. Of course, we're going to be back racing tomorrow morning. Once again, if you are going to be heading out tonight, please make sure you are out the gate by 8 p.m. if you'd like to have the wristband cut off to get a refund. I don't know why you'd want to leave. We've got everything you could ever want right here at Winchester. But if you're going to leave, make sure you're out by 8 so you can get that refund. And, of course, don't forget, we've got fireworks, a band playing later on. The fishing derby going to be judged in just a few minutes. So all kinds of fun stuff here. Happy 4th of July to everyone with us here at Winchester and all of those folks watching live online. And we'll be back with you again tomorrow.